Very good morning and welcome along to Oulton Park here on Oulton Park Radio 94.9 FM. We're about to go racing for the MSV Trackday Championship. Race 1 on today's programme, due off at 11 o'clock, so any moment now. And it is round 4 of 7. The series has already visited Snetterton in March, Silverstone in April, and Donington Park only 2 weeks ago at the end of July. So the cars are now out on track and making their way round to form the grid for our first race. And let's have a look who's on pole. In car number 1 we have George and Jack Wright in car 46 there on the pole position. Matt Swaffer is in car 45 and currently in a second position on the grid. On the second row we have Henry Wright and Kevin Glover in car 38. That's a Volkswagen Golf GTI from 2006. And then we have Nicole Drought in fourth position in car number 1, behind the wheel of a Honda Civic Type R from 2004. On the third row of the grid we have Charlie Polk in car 89, driving a Volkswagen Scirocco from 2017 and will be in Class B in this contest. Dan Abbott is in car 92 in 6th position. Dan Abbott drives a Honda Integra DC5 from 1999, the oldest car on the grid. On the fourth row we have Nathan McFall in car 90 and Chris Reed in car 141. Car 141 is a Mini Cooper. Row 5 then is John Line in car 71, the car 71, a Renault Clio 197 from 2008, and also on the fifth row of the grid in 10th position is Stefan Docker in car 153, the Mazda MX-5 from 2011, a third iteration of the MX-5. On the sixth row of the grid we have car 12. Ben John Hansen will be first behind the wheel, then Jonathan Ogden will take over in car 12, and we then have Phil Hart and James Hart in car 245, a Honda Civic from 2006 in Class C, also on the sixth row of the grid. On the seventh row of the grid we have Wayne Cockerell in car 21, a Toyota Celica from 1999, and Robert Honeygold and Ashley Honeygold are in car 124 in 14th position in their MG ZR from 2003, and they compete in Class D this weekend. On row 8 we have car 77, Lee Mabbitt and Ashley Parsons at the wheel. Steve Orant is at the wheel of car 56, the Mazda MX-5 from 2015, a fourth edition. And then on the ninth row of the grid we have Joel Middleton in car 23 and Amy Allen in car 15, who is 18th in car 15 for it's a Honda Civic EM2 for Tyler Motorsport. The cars then are making their way up Deers Leap and onto the start finish straight, and we will shortly be going racing for the first time this weekend. It is time for the MSVT Trackday Championship.
So the grid very much formed, green flag waved, 5-second board held aloft, George and Jack Wright line up on pole position, Matt Swaffer alongside. We await the red lights to go on, in which they do now, and when they go out you'd imagine the BMW will get the better start of the two. Matt Swaffer gets away well, matched by George and Jack Wright. Jack Wright starting the car on the running towards turn 1. Jack Wright will have the inside, Matt Swaffer on the outside. They're still side by side. All the way around the outside goes Nicole Drought in the Motion Motorsport Honda Civic, but the club racer Volkswagen Golf GTI of Henry Wright gets away well. They now run their way down the avenue and in towards Cascades. It will get very close indeed, but as for the lead, it is going to be Jack Wright that leads, Matt Swaffer in second place, followed by Henry Wright, and championship hopeful, reigning champion, Nicole Drought, sat there in fourth.
Yeah, in car number 1, so the leader is Jack Wright in car 46 as they now head into Island Bend and up towards the Shell Oils hairpin for the first time. Led on by car 46, Jack Wright at the wheel, chased all the time by Matt Swaffer in car 45, then car 38, Henry Wright in third position from Nicole Drought in car 1 as they go now through the Britain's chicane and head up towards Hilltop, rising all the way now before they will meet the Hislop chicane and Knickerbrook shortly. And it is 46 of Jack Wright that leads the way at the moment from the BMW, with Matt Swaffer in 45 as they now come into Knickerbrook.
They do indeed. Up through Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill they will go. Nicole Drought has managed to get that Honda Civic Type R back onto the coattails of Henry Wright. Up Clay Hill they will go. Jack Wright is soaking up the pressure from Matt Swaffer. Nathan McPhail is effectively best of the rest at the moment. He's worked his way up into 5th place. Nathan McPhail, having started in what was 7th place, he's picked up a couple of places on the opening lap of the race. However, he's got Charlie Polk for company behind. There's a car separating them, in fact. That is the Honda Integra DC5 of Dan Abbott in towards Lodge Corner for the first time at racing speed. Back over Deer Lead they will go. Jack Wright has extended that lead margin. First time over the line, Jack Wright's leads 0.7 of a second. From then the Henry Wright Volkswagen Golf GTI. Nicole Drought sat there in 4th place. Nathan McPhail up into 5th. Dan Abbott in 6th place. Charlie Polk in 7th place, pardon me. And in 8th place it's the 141 Mini Cooper of Chris Reed. On the run through turn 1, Johnny Ogden late on the brakes, dives up the inside of Wayne Cockrell, who's still managing that missing 3rd gear, but he's doing so sterlingly well as they've already gone through Cascades along Lakeside and back in towards the Shallow Hills hairpin. By the looks of it, Nicole Drought has indeed managed to get back in front of Henry Wright.
Yeah, and it is Nathan McPhail who's moved up from 5th position all the way, from 7th position up to 5th position, and Charlie Polk in car 89 who's dropped down 2 places. Dan Abbott in car 92 continues to be in 6th position, but it is the Nathan McPhail car number 90 who's moved up from 7th position up to 5th here. It's the Honda Civic Type R.
Yes, indeed. So as the race wears on, they've still got that mandatory 2-minute pit stop to serve, and when they do that is completely down to their discretion. But Nicole Drought has now set her attentions on to Matt Swaffer for 2nd place, and of course Nicole Drought, having an incident in their race at Donington Park, has got a little bit of making up to do to regain the championship lead. Nathan McPhail defending hard from Charlie Polk. We've seen Charlie previously in a Renault Clio Cup Gen 4, moving to the lime green Volkswagen Scirocco for this season, has really gelled well with the car and is now starting to apply pressure onto the coattails of Nathan McPhail. But Nathan is only going to run away and try and close in onto Henry Wright up the road. Jack Wright is starting to pull away from Matt Swaffer, mainly as Nicole Drought is really starting to close in for 2nd place. Jack Wright, you'd imagine, will come through and post another fastest lap of the race. As expected, he did so last time through. This time over the line, breaks the beam at 1 minute 57.788. It's immediately bettered by Nicole Drought, 1 minute 57.748. She dives to the inside of Matt Swaffer. Matt can carry the momentum around the outside, so it's not going to work for her on this occasion. But Nicole Drought, the incredibly quick Irish driver, is really starting to prove why she is the MSVT Trackday Championship reigning champion.
Yeah, so a lead of 1.3 seconds for Jack Wright now over Matt Swaffer in their 2nd position. So car 46, the silver Volkswagen Golf, 1.3 second advantage now over Matt Swaffer in the white BMW i30, ahead of Nicole Drought in 3rd position in the blue and white Honda Civic Type R. They now come through the Shallow Hills hairpin. They're fighting for 2nd position. 4th position continues to be car 38, the Volkswagen Golf GTI of Henry Wright, as they now go through Hislops and up towards Knickerbrook shortly. And they're going over Hilltop now. The leader going into Hislops continues to be Jack Wright. If anything, they seem to have extended that lead slightly. And still car 38 of Henry Wright is closing down anything on Nicole Drought for 3rd position.
Yeah, absolutely so. Nicole Drought, having been tucked up and behind Matt Swaffer, she can't quite unpick the lock and get by, so that's just allowing Henry Wright to close in. He massively closed in on the brakes. We caught a brief glimpse of Matt Swaffer bouncing over the curbs as they went through the British chicane. The car went skywards. Nicole Drought looking every which way to get through and past Matt Swaffer, but can't quite get there as of yet. This is, of course, not only the battle for second place on the road and overall, it's the battle for second place in Class B. Nathan McPhail just a little bit further down the order in 5th place. He's currently leading Class C. Dan Abbott in the Honda Integra DC5 is second in Class C. What of Class D? At the moment that is being led by Stephen Docker in the 153 Mazda MX-5. Back over the line, Nicole Drought, a big look to the inside once again in towards Old Hall. But Matt Swaffer, wise to the move, places the car in the middle of the road, and Nicole Drought, she has to settle for 3rd place once again. Charlie Polk has managed to work his way through and past Nathan McPhail. That's a position overall for Charlie Polk, but Nathan McPhail now resides in 6th, but remains in the lead of Class C. He's got to keep an eye on that rear view mirror, because if Dan Abbott closes in, that's all of a sudden the leading class under threat.
Absolutely, so they run lakeside now, the leaders, and head through the island bend, and Nicole Drought closing the gap all the time on the 2nd position car of Matt Swaffer. Then 4th position continues to be Henry Wright in car 38, but a real good battle on for 5th position as Charlie Polk went past McPhail in car 89 in the green Scirocco for 5th position, going up between Knickerbrook and Old Hall Corner. That's where the overtake must have taken place. So that was the change of position for 5th position, and they'll be racing very close together still as they go over the hilltop now. The race is on for 5th place. The race continues here for 2nd position. Matt Swaffer just ahead in the BMW, the white, black and blue BMW. And right on his tail now is Nicole Drought, who's closer than ever as they go up the hill towards Druids. And Nicole Drought looks at the inside as they go into Druids that time. And they'll be back going towards Lodge very shortly.
They will indeed. So over the undulating surface of Oulton Park in towards Lodge they will go. And Matt Swaffer, he's probably slightly slower in minimum speed through the corners than Nicole Drought in the Type R EP3, but the legs of the BMW is just enough in a straight line to keep Nicole Drought at bay. Is she going to have another look on the brakes? It's a half look that time, just filling the mirrors, but not quite as much pressure applied from Nicole Drought onto Matt Swaffer. She's trying something new, trying to figure out exactly where Matt Swaffer might be slightly weaker, or is she going to wait for the pit window to open to dive in and try and get the move done in the pit lane? It's a minimum of 2 minutes pit in to pit out. We'll see who is going to be quicker throughout that aspect of the race. Further down the order, Jonathan Ogden is closing in on the Hart's Racing Civic Type R. James Hart starts that car. He will hand over to Phil Hart. Jonathan Ogden still to hand over to Ben Johansson at the halfway point in this race. Track limits warning being displayed to Wayne Cockrell in that Toyota Celica. You'd imagine he's struggling away with 2nd and 4th gear with the fast gap that he's got in between those. Matt Swaffer still defending from Nicole Drought in towards the British chicane once again. Something of an afterthought. Jack Wright disappearing away in the lead.
Yeah, by 2.5 seconds now, so the advantage of the leader has got bigger and bigger and grown. That's exactly the same position for Charlie Polk, who's pulled a 2.1 second lead over car number 90, driven by Nathan McPhail. So the green Scirocco in 5th position is now well ahead of Nathan McPhail in car 90 in 6th place, as the leaders head out of Knickerbrook, head uphill now and back towards Druids.
Up towards Druids, a very tricky double apexed right-hander. You can aim for the first one but try and avoid the curbs. It can push you wide, meaning you miss the second apex, and it's a very quick exit, and the last thing you want to do is run over onto the grass. Matt Swaffer placing the car in the middle of the road. Nicole Drought, a later look to the inside, but opts now is not the best time to go for that move. They're still being watched on by Henry Wright in the Club Racer VW Golf GTI. Charlie Polk is watching on from there. What's Nicole Drought going to do this time? Again, has decided the move isn't on at Old Hall Corner. Leo Nolte, the driver manager for Nicole Drought, running her not only last season but this season as well, will be watching on, hoping that that move can be made over the coming laps. As for Dan Abbott, has he closed in on Nathan McPhail? Last time through, Dan Abbott a 2-minute 0.7. Nathan McPhail a 1:59.8, so a full second gained by Nathan McPhail. He's only extending that lead in Class C. The lead of Class D, however, still goes the way of Stephen Docker. He's 6.8 seconds to the good in the lead of Class D at the moment. Wayne Cockrell back over the line. He's, in fact, I think, scrapping away with Stephen Docker, Class D leader. That's the last thing Stephen will want, but Wayne Cockrell is pushing every ounce of performance out of that Toyota Celica. A new car, I think, to him this year. He's had a number of Celicas and has started to build up quite a vast collection of them. In towards the Britain chicane once again. Matt Swaffer bouncing over the curbs. Almost all four wheels in the air, but Nicole Drought, she still can't quite get second place. I've got a feeling this will change in the pit stop.
May well do. In those classes that we are discussing, there's Class B for the most powerful cars on track at the moment. They have 151 to 175 brake horsepower per tonne, and it's very simple. And Class C is 126 to 150 brake horsepower per tonne. Class D is 125 and below per tonne. So it's done on a weight to power ratio. As the leaders come into Druids and shortly head towards Lodge, Nicole Drought tries again at Druids to come up the inside, but the move is blocked as they head now towards Lodge to complete this next lap, to complete lap number 5. They come back towards the start-finish line, and it is still Jack Wright who leads the way. Now Nicole Drought is actually upsides and challenging for second position, and now is ahead as they head in to Old Hall Corner. And Nicole Drought takes second position, and Nicole Drought overtakes Matt Swaffer as they head now into Cascades for the 6th time. And will Matt Swaffer try to go up the inside as they go into Cascades? We're going to find out very shortly. The change of position has taken place, and Nicole Drought in the Honda Civic Type R, car number 1, the purple and white livery, is now in second place, ahead of, in third place, Matt Swaffer in the BMW i30, as they now head through Island Bend.
Yeah, I've got a feeling Nicole Drought will now just run away with this. She may have only been held up a sort of a couple of tenths a lap, but now she's got that clear air to drive into. If she can ignore Matt Swaffer in the mirror, you should imagine that Nicole Drought will just start to run away with this now. In towards the Britain chicane they will go. Back to our Class D leader. It is still going to be Stephen Docker in the all-silver Mazda MX-5 Mark III, still hunting down Wayne Cockrell. That will only be for a position overall. The last thing he will want is to get delayed, but the safety car has come out. Who is it that we're missing? We haven't seen come through the Tyler Motorsport car of John Line. So John Line hasn't come through as of yet. Exactly where he's gone missing is yet to be revealed. But the safety car will head out onto circuit, and we are now only 1 minute and 40 seconds away from the pit window. So by the time the leaders get back round, we may be in the pit window, and it's then a race of who can get in and get back out as close to 2 minutes as possible. So it may mean, as we've both got TSL timing on our laptops, we can switch the screen over to the pit stop times and see, 1, how close people are getting, and 2, if anybody's the wrong side of 2 minutes, because the penalties can get rather draconian indeed. But the safety car is lights on at pit exit, waiting to pick up race leader Jack Wright. He's going to get here too quickly, and I think the majority of the field will to pit on this lap, dependent on how long the recovery effort takes for the car of John Line. We may go right the way through the pit window, but you should imagine on this next lap the pit lane is going to become a very, very busy place indeed, and you should imagine that everybody will dive in, because pitting in the safety car naturally saves you a raft of time in comparison to pitting under green flag conditions.
Yeah, and it won't help Nicole Drought, who has been consistently racing at 0.2 seconds a lap faster than Matt Swaffer, so the safety car will not help her cause at all, because it means there's less time for her to go out and catch Jack Wright in the leading car 46, as the safety car now heads along Lakeside, having now picked up the leaders.
It does mean, however, that all of a sudden she's right on the tail of Jack Wright, though, doesn't it? Because the safety car will cue them all in together. Into the pit lane now comes John Line. So maybe he wasn't the one that was affected, but the safety car has come out. And, I mean, that's prior to the pit window. Wayne Cockrell times it perfectly and comes into the pit lane. Just, what, 8 seconds after the pit window open. John Line comes to a halt. Exactly what's going on with that car, I don't know. The door opens straight away. We've got more cars coming in. The Mazda MX-5 Mark IV ND car number 56 of Stephen Orrent into the pit lane. I was convinced it was John Line, the car that caused it, but we have also lost the Hornigolds. It was Robert Hornigold behind the wheel in that MG ZR that's gone missing. So maybe they were running fairly close together on the circuit, so whether they were linked incidents, I'm unsure, but John Line, at least on that previous lap, lost 2 places and was somewhat delayed in coming through, so I don't know whether he was involved in something, but unfortunately, yeah, we have lost the Hornigolds. Exactly where is still yet to be discovered.
So we've got a very busy pit lane now, because quite sensibly about a third of the cars have already come in and decided to make that pit stop under safety car conditions. As we head to almost halfway in this race, with over 28 minutes still left on the clock for this 45-minute contest. Got car 71, 21, 23 all in the pits.
Wayne Cockrell chatting away with mechanics, I think, just to try and figure out what else he can do about driving around this issue. We will have a brief check just of the pit lane times as well to see who's going to be the right side of 2 minutes. So we shuffle through the TSL timing screen. We will wait for the pit stop times to appear there, and hopefully everybody will be the right side. They will highlight in red. Wayne Cockrell is the first to return to the circuit. He was also one of the first to dive in as well, so Wayne Cockrell will break the beam at pit exit, slows down somewhat, I think, just to keep him the right side of 2 minutes, breaks the beam at pit exit. We should get an updated time by the time he comes back round, because he needs to break the beam there as well for it to register. And now the pit lane becomes very, very busy indeed. Everybody dives in, so as you'd expect, Jack Wright dives in to hand over to George Wright. Just behind them is going to be Nicole Drought. She will remain in the car. Nathan McPhail comes in as well, rolling rather slowly and stopping at pit exit as the red light has come on. The safety car is going by all on his own. Now the green light goes, but unfortunately for Middleton, Joel Middleton, he's was somewhat delayed. Nathan McPhail comes to a stop below our commentary box, a quick check of tyre pressures. Driver change is taking place, so Freddie Pummel in the Frog Jam Motorsport Renault Clio will hand over to James Robinson. Jonathan Ogden in the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio will hand over to Ben Johansson. The car number 38 Club Racer Volkswagen Golf GTI that was running around in what was 4th place, Henry Wright will get out to hand over to Kevin Glover. Jack Wright will get out of the leading Team Air Supply Volkswagen Golf to hand over to Dad George Wright. We were going to see Ashley Hornigold take over the MG ZR from Robert Hornigold, but unfortunately that car has gone missing somewhere out there on circuit. And James Hart will get out of the Hart's Racing Civic Type R to hand over to Phil Hart. I don't believe that was the car they were going to race this weekend. It would have still been a Civic Type R, but I think the sister car being involved in that incident in the MSVT Trackday Championship just a couple of weeks ago at Donington Park has not yet been repaired. Nicole Drought has already popped out into the fast lane of the pit lane, rolling slowly to make sure she's the right side of 2 minutes, but more importantly, George Wright is just had the door closed and will begin rolling down the pit lane in a few moments' time. But we could see Nicole Drought for the lead here. George Wright has been shown towards the fast lane. Nicole Drought now gets the car up to a faster speed. By the time they come round again, we will get updated pit stop times and we will know who is going to be the right side of 2 minutes. That was a quick stop from new race leader Nicole Drought, but was it the right side of 2 minutes?
Yeah, as Jack Wright now comes out, and he's followed by Matt Swaffer in car 45. We then have in car 38 Kevin Glover going out, car 245, and then 92 of Dan Abbott. Nathan McPhail in car 90 leaves, and almost the entire grid now departs the pit lane. And let's have a look at the top 10 at least, whilst the safety car is out, because before the pit stop we had Jack Wright in the lead in car 46, ahead of Nicole Drought in car 1. It seems that has now changed, as Nicole Drought is the first car behind the safety car, having left the pits first. Matt Swaffer is in car 45 in third position. Then we have Henry Wright and now Kevin Glover in the Volkswagen Golf, car 38 in fourth position. Charlie Polk in the bright green Volkswagen Scirocco, car 89, is in fifth place, ahead of Nathan McPhail in the black and pink Honda Civic, is car 90 in sixth place. 92 Dan Abbott is in seventh. And then in 8th position is car 141 of Chris Reed. In 9th at this stage is car 777 of Lee Mabbott, and Ashley Parsons is now behind the wheel. And in 10th position is car 245 of Phil Hart and James Hart. So they are the top 10 as the recovery operation takes place somewhere between Druids and Lodge, and it was the Hornigold's car 124, the black and orange Honda Civic, that has caused the need for this safety car, but that car is now able to drive all the way back towards the pits, and Robert Hornigold is now safely into the pit lane, which hopefully means we'll be able to go racing fairly shortly.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That car has been in the gravel, you can tell just by the dust on the front wheels. So Rob Hornigold and the Oulton GZR will bring that car into the pit lane. Obviously you ran through the top 10, but we may have had yet further shuffling. Wayne Cockrell, we said it was a quick stop. He was a 2-minute 1.7, so he spent 1.7 seconds over the minimum time. So a good stop from Wayne Cockrell. The John Line Renault Clio spent 15 seconds more than they needed to in the pit lane, and Stephen Arant spent a little longer in the pit lane. Then we'll get one further safety car lap, which to our benefit, it means we can keep an eye on the timing screen as to who pitted quickly. Nicole Drought, 1 minute 46 in the pit lane, so I think just too quick. I thought it was a minimum 2-minute pit stop, and that looks like what everybody else has aimed for. But I've got a feeling Nicole Drought has spent too little time in the pit lane, to the tune of, what, 14 or 13 and a half seconds. So we'll wait for that to be confirmed. The Harts Racing Honda Civic of Phil Hart, who took over that car, 1 minute 59.3, so he spent 6.5 tenths too little time in the pit lane. But those are the only two that have popped up at the moment. So for the moment, Motion Motorsport and Nicole Drought may have a penalty looming over their head, and so too will the Harts Racing Honda Civic. I'll do a triple check of the regulations, but upon first glance and reading them once again this morning to see if anything had changed between weekends, somewhat convinced that they have to spend a minimum, yes, the race has a mandatory 2-minute pit stop for all teams, so unfortunately, going off what we're seeing here, Nicole Drought may end up with a penalty, and after a no score at Donington Park, a poor score here may affect her chances of getting back to the top of the championship order. The honours of that are currently in the hands of Dan Abbott on 74 points, and Nicole Drought only had, what, 2 points to make up to match, 3 points to overtake in the championship, but Dan Abbott was the right side of 2 minutes. Unfortunately, Nicole Drought wasn't, so we may still see the championship fight go on until the end of the season. Nicole Drought has now been picked up by the safety car after a very brief wave by, and you should imagine we'll go back racing this time.
Yeah, so Joel Milton in the number 23 Ford Fiesta, the white and green Ford Fiesta, has just been passed around as they go into Hislops and into Knickerbrook. So the only car that's not behind the safety car now is the current back marker, is car 23, who heads up Clay Hill, and that means that the cars behind the safety car are now in the order they're racing in, so they're all grouped up and bunched up just like they were at the start of this race. So if the safety car comes in this lap, it's almost like a full restart really, although it will be a rolling one, because they are now all in the correct order, albeit Joel Milton will be now racing on his own, well ahead of the leading 17 cars. We're now all making their way up Clay Hill, and they now head into Druids as Joel Middleton comes past the start-finish line. Now at quarter of a lap ahead of the rest of the field. And Nicole Drought will have the lead, but had a 14 seconds too short pit stop, so it's likely to have to come back into the pits, which will cost her far more time than she's gained here. And in the yellow and white Volkswagen Golf is Jack Wright, now George Wright, so probably gift him the eventual lead. And there's no sign of this safety car going in, unfortunately, so we are afraid the safety car continues on with his lights on and is continuing past the start-finish straight. with 17 cars directly behind.
It begs the question. I have seen this before, Liddon Hill last year. If the safety car goes out and is still out when the pit window opens, I think it remains out until the pit window closes to give everybody the opportunity to pit under safety car conditions. I will double check that, but we saw that, well, we've seen it on a couple of occasions throughout the tenure of the Trackday Championship, which continues just to go from strength to strength as the regulations continue to adapt to changes and new additions to the entries, and they are incredibly adaptable to budgets as well. So what you get is you naturally get the registration fee of the car and yourself with the championship, but the membership for the driver completely free, additional drivers completely free, the registration for the same car into other series and or championships with within the MSVT Racing portfolio, completely free as well. So it really does, they do everything to minimise those costs and make it a budget-friendly way into motorsport, which is brilliant to see. So the safety car will continue around for hopefully just one further lap, and then we'll be able to see this race get back underway, which by the time the safety car gets back round, it'll be about 60, maybe, the safety car's picked up the speed well and truly. It will probably be a 17-minute sprint race now, as all pit stops have been completed. It's just going to be who can get to the line quickest.
Absolutely, yes. So there's very few regulations for this class, because you have a minimum weight of 600 kilos, as long as it's a two-wheel drive car, and as long as your diffusers, splitters and wings are all fixed, then you can go racing, and it's a very budget-friendly way to go racing, with all types of car allowed to go racing, as long as you're under 175 brake horsepower per a tonne. And the way it's done with the different divisions means that they are fairly closely matched. You'll see you've got Class B and C in the top 10, almost in equal number. So Cold Drought leads them through Druids and past Lodge, and now the green flag waves. So we are back racing again. The Cold Drought has the lead as they go into Old Hall Corner, and the Cold Drought keeps the lead as we see a car coming right round the outside, car 21. Moves up into fourth position. The Toyota Celica of Cockerell, in fact, goes into third place as they went down through the avenue. As Nicole Drought extends this lead, and we've had a few changes of position. The Toyota Celica drops back to sixth place, and back up into third position is Matt Swaffer, and moving back up into fifth position is the green Scirocco of Kevin Glover.
Yeah, so it's going to be Kevin Glover in the VW Golf sat there in third place, Charlie Polk in the lime green Scirocco up into fourth, Wayne Cockerell down into fifth. He gave it a go on the outside. I think he was somewhat defending from Henry Wright, but Henry wasn't willing to let him have it around the outside. All through the grass on the exit of Old Hall Corner went Wayne Cockerell, and of course missing the gear meant he was never going to get the best drive out the corner anyway, so he drops down into what is fifth place. So Nicole Drought leads from George Wright, then it's going to be Matt Swaffer, who is leading the championship coming into this weekend, and if he can finish where he is at present, with the penalty looming over Nicole Drought's head, you should imagine he will extend that championship lead from Henry right behind. Then it's Charlie Polk in fifth place, as we mentioned. Then it's that of
car number 21, Wayne Cockerell, in the white and red Toyota Celica, who was briefly up into third position when they came across the line, and has dropped down to sixth position. And actually the Kevin Glover Volkswagen Scirocco has brought quite a big gap now as they head back towards Lodge Corner, head back towards the start-finish line. And Nicole Drought has increased this advantage quite significantly as they go over the line, as we see a move. Matt Swaffer moved into second place in the BMW over George Wright in third in the yellow and grey Golf. As they head now down the avenue, the Scirocco is in fifth position, and being overtaken now. The Toyota Celica of Cockerell has been overtaken by the Honda of Dan Abbott, car 92, so a switch position for 6th and 7th as well, as Matt Swaffer moves into 2nd position. 3rd then George Wright in the Golf. Then in 5th position continues to be Kevin Glover, ahead of Charlie Polk in the Scirocco in 5th. Then 6th position Dan Abbott, and Cockerell has moved, Wayne Cockerell moves into 7th position, having lost about 4 places in the past lap and a half.
Yeah, Wayne Cockerell making up loads of time in the pit stop, but couldn't quite stick with it on pace by the time he went back under green flag conditions. Less than a quarter of an hour remaining now, so Nicole Drought continues to run away in the lead. Matt Swaffer giving chase. He managed to dive up the inside of George Wright on the brakes in towards Lodge Corner, got somewhat out of shape trying to put the power down, so George Wright drew back level, but on the brakes in towards Old Hall, the inside was afforded to Matt Swaffer, and it was never going to work around the outside for George Wright, although we have seen some sterling moves from that car over the previous couple of seasons, notably around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend in the wet at the tail end of last year. Very, very impressive indeed driving from George and Jack Wright. But in the meantime, George Wright is back on the defence once again, as he's got the car of Kevin Glover all over his tail. Kevin Glover really starting to apply that pressure, has a look to the inside on the run in towards Druids, but the door doesn't open up. Best seats in the house are awarded to Charlie Polk in the lime green Scirocco, because he's watching this all unfold in front of him, hoping they continue to slow each other down. Kevin Glover with a big look to the inside, so late on the brakes, gets to the apex first, position made. Kevin Glover up into 3rd place now. George Wright dropping away. It just seems like he's not quite so sharp on the brakes in towards Lodge Corner, but very quick off the exit, and then tries to fight back in a straight line. We saw the bonnet up on that car in qualifying, so exactly what that issue was we are unsure, but Charlie Polk is now trying to apply that pressure onto George Wright, and George and Jack Wright in that VW Golf from the race lead in the early stages of this race are at a loss at the moment, down into 4th place, maybe even 5th. There's a 1-lap penalty going to be applied to Nicole Drought post-race for a short pit stop.
Yeah, and George Wright has to go wide as they went through Cascades, and up the inside went Charlie Polk in the lime green Scirocco, and he made the move, he's made it stick as they go through Island Bend, and we have a new change of position for 4th place as George Wright is overtaken by Charlie Polk in the green Scirocco. So the race leader has now dropped down to 5th position, so the pole sitter, after 35 minutes of racing, is now down to 5th place, and it's advantage to Charlie Polk, who's now on the hunt for 3rd position, which is currently the position of Kevin Glover in the Golf with the orange flashes on the side, as they go over a hilltop into Knickerbrook once again for the 13th time, and on screen is car number 46, that is the one of George Wright. And now, ahead of that one is the green Scirocco of Charlie Polk, who has in front of him the Kevin Glover Golf, who is now in 3rd position. The only 2 cars ahead of that trio are Matt Swaffer in the BMW, who sits in the comfortable 2nd position, and Nicole Drought well ahead at this stage, having now got a 2.7 second advantage in the Honda Civic Type R, the silver and blue livery. So the Nicole Drought Honda Civic pulls an almost 3-second advantage as they come across the line for the 14th time.
Brilliant battles going on further down the order. Wayne Cockerell continues to hemorrhage positions as he falls now behind the Mini Cooper of Chris Reed. He's lost out to stablemate Sarah Hobson. Sarah Hobson falls away. Well, Sarah Hobson moves her way up a further position. Wayne Cockerell continues to fall away. Nathan McPhail is starting to attack that of Dan Abbey. That will be for the lead in Class C at the moment. They're 6th and 7th respectively. On the brakes in towards Cascades, it is the Honda Integra DC5 of Dan Abbott that continues to lead Nathan McPhail, but still with 10.5 minutes of the race to go, we could see these two get closer and closer together once more. Nicole Drought, while she's first on the road, with a full laps penalty, that will drop her down into something like 16th to 17th place post-race. So Nicole Drought clearly with well, is well and truly on the back foot and isn't going to get vast amounts of points out of this race. She is in Class B, so she will drop into 7th in class, and from what I gather, you score your points in class, not overall in terms of position. So for Nicole Drought, she's got a fair amount of work to do by way of managing the points still to go. No, I think you do score the points overall. Apologies. So Nicole Drought, she is going to lose a raft of points in her championship charge. Dan Abbott still soaking up this pressure from Nathan McPhail. Nathan McPhail was the previous Class B leader, but they swapped around in the pit lane, and Nathan's pushing on. Speaking of Linden Hill earlier on, he had a brilliant weekend at Linden Hill, rather scrappy, but absolutely surgical when it came to the track limits, and was really starting to get to grips with the Linden Hill circuit. Shame it's not made an appearance on the calendar this year. Nathan McPhail now a big look to the inside on the run towards Druids. He will chase Dan Abbott towards Lodge Corner. Nathan McPhail just that little bit too far away. Back over the line comes Nicole Drought with that 1 lap penalty still to go. So Dan Abbott, while second on the road in terms of corrected times, he will be leading the way from Kevin Glover, Charlie Polk and George Wright, who has really started to fall away. Over the line we get the battle we were watching, James. And for the moment it is still going to be Dan Abbott from Nathan McPhail, but they're close, aren't they?
Yeah, this is the battle for the Class C lead then. That's 6 overall, and it's Dan Abbott in the black and pink Honda Civic, ahead of, in the 7th position, Nathan McPhail, who's in second for Class C, car 90, the silver Honda Civic. And they're going now along Lakeside as they go into Cascades. They'll be shortly going to Lakeside, but Nathan McPhail decides to sit sternly behind Dan Abbott and decides not to make a move that time as they head into Island Bend now. And it is the black and pink of Dan Abbott, the Honda Civic car number 90, who in 92 keeps ahead of car 90 of Nathan McPhail as they go into the Shell Oils hairpin. And these two have been very close throughout, but Nathan McPhail has never been as close to Dan Abbott as on lap 15, which is what we are on now, as they head now into the next chicane, which will lead them back through Britain's downhill over Hilltop next, and that battle is very close indeed as they head towards Knickerbrook.
Unfortunately, we've seen into the pit lane Phil Hart, so he's brought the Harts Racing Honda Civic EP3 towards pit lane, chatting away with James Hart, and a bit of attention being made to the front right-hand corner, which would suggest he may have hit a tyre stack or a curb just slightly too hard. All full left block being put on, I think, to try and just double-check sort of suspension components as well to ensure that that car can return to the circuit and complete the final 7.25 minutes of this race. George Wright is continuing to run around in what is 5th place on the road. It will be 4th place on corrected times. The Hart Racing Honda Civic that's in the pit lane, we thought that they'd had a short pit stop. They did indeed. 1 lap penalty to be applied post-race. For Dan Abbott, somehow he's keeping Nathan McPhail behind. Yes, James Hart, or Phil Hart returns to the circuit, albeit with damage on the front right. Nathan McPhail, so late on the brakes, dives to the inside of Dan Abbott on the run in towards Old Hall Corner, somehow got the car slowed down, and Dan Abbott, he can't do anything by way of a response.
That's right, we've got 3 cars that have 2 shorter pit stops and therefore have a 1 lap penalty. They are car 1 of Nicole Drought, car 245 the Hart pair, and car 777 of Lee Mabbott and Ashley Parsons. As a new Class C leader in the form of Nathan McPhail, goes through Island Bend ahead of Dan Abbott, who is desperate to get past, but it is now the silver on the Civic who is ahead of the pink one, and we have a new Class C leader in the form of Nathan McPhail. Through Shell Oils hairpin they will go.
Through Shell Oils they will go, and Dan Abbott with a slight bit of damage on the rear left of his Honda Integra DC5, so whether that was cause or effect, unsure, but it somewhat aligns with the damage on Phil Hart's car, so I don't know whether that was just through traffic that there was contact, or they are 2 separate and isolated incidents. Sarah Hobson is watching on this little battle up the road. Sarah Hobson, albeit a lap down, will be enjoying watching Honda Civic versus Honda Integra through Knickerbrook and then back up Clay Hill they will go, and let's hope that Dan Abbott doesn't attract the attention of the stewards with that flailing bodywork off the tail end of the 7th placed car. We'll have to keep an eye on what Nicole Drought can do, because she's not really pulling away from Matt Swaffer. He's been around about a 10th a lap. Last time through it was 200ths over the lap that she pulled away. This time Matt Swaffer goes through and does lose a little bit more time. 4/10 lost from Matt Swaffer, but he's not under any pressure to close her down. He may or may not know, but Nicole Drought has that 1 lap penalty hanging over her head. As for Kevin Glover, he's gone over the line, and lapped almost 2/10 quicker than Matt Swaffer. He's 2.6 seconds away, so it might be a long shot, but Kevin Glover could still be on for a win here, having won at Donington Park just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, with less than 5 minutes on the clock, the Nicole Drought #1 car that leads the way, the blue and white Honda Civic, as Jack says, has got a whole lap penalty, and so the best that Nicole can do is finish in 16th position, but only finish in 16th if she passes Joel Middleton in car 23, who she is closing down on now. The silver Ford Fiesta is up the road from Nicole Drought, officially a lap down. If she overtakes that, then she will move from 17th to 16th position, because she has a whole lap penalty, which of course will promote Matt Swaffer in car 45, the BMW, going over Hilltop now, from second position to first. All over Matt Swaffer is Kevin Glover. There's a little bit of a gap there, but Kevin Glover is closing the gap on Matt Swaffer in the last 2 laps.
Phil Hart brings the Hearts Racing Honda Civic back into the pit lane, so clearly not all is well. There might be a bit of a rattle, a rumble, a weird noise, a weird smell, whatever it is, but it's clearly opted for the pit lane and maybe into retirement, just 3.5 minutes from the end of the race. In towards Lodge Corner and towards Deer Leap once more will come Nicole Drought, approaching a little bit of traffic as they appear over Deer Leap. The traffic is indeed that of Joel Middleton. So Joel neatly gets out of the way, allows Nicole Drought through on the brakes in towards Old Hall Corner, manages to secure that overtake, but Matt Swaffer still pushing on, and I think Kevin Glover has started to get a bit of a hurry up. He's just set that car's overall fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 58.040. Matt Swaffer responds with another fast lap, but again that gap has come down. There's just shy of 3 minutes to go, so it's a big gap to try and overcome, but a good show of speed from Kevin Glover, and will give Matt Swaffer food for thought as they head in towards Cadwell Park after this weekend, as to exactly what he's got to do to keep that Club Racer VW Golf GTI behind. Fantastic work by the Oulton Park Marshals, waving the blue flags and the LED boards just to let the laps traffic know that there are faster cars approaching. As ever, a massive thank you for the Marshals for the tireless work that they do to allow us to go racing. Ben Johansson back over the line in the Pro-Am Racing Renault Clio, currently 4th in Class C, and I'm sure was hoping to close in on Wayne Cockrell in that Toyota Celica. Now picking his way through traffic, maybe not quite as quickly as he would have liked, was Kevin Glover, and I think that will put an end to any hope of a battle. Thumbs up out the window. I think there was an apology from Joel Middleton, but Kevin Glover just letting him know, no, it's quite all right. It's my job to try and drive around you, but we're not that far away from the end of the race, and Nicole Drought will be ruining the pit stop that left her almost 15 seconds short of the minimum time.
Absolutely, and it was Jack Wright in car 46 who earlier set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 57.2. Current lap times are around 1 minute, always in the 1 minute 57s to 1 minute 58s for the top cars. As Nicole Drought just passes on 1 minute 58.1, her best lap time 1 minute 57.7, set earlier in the contest. Looks like we may get up to 20 laps into this race as they move into their final lap. As the leaders go down the avenue on their final lap. Nicole Drought going into Cascade, and then Matt Swaffer in second position. Third continues to be the Kevin Glover Volkswagen Golf. Charlie Polk is trying to get past Joel Middleton. Charlie Polk is in the Volkswagen Scirocco in 4th position, but will be promoted to 3rd when Nicole Drought is demoted due to the short pit stop. So Charlie Polk will be pleased when he finds out that he is actually going to end up in 3rd place in the green Scirocco. He's just trying to pass Joel Middleton down Lakeside.
We've just seen a brilliant battle going to turn 1. It's the Dan Abbott, Nathan McPhail fight that we've seen. Dan Abbott was later on the brakes and got up the inside of Nathan McPhail, but heading towards the avenue, Nathan McPhail managed to draw himself level. I don't know whether we'll see it in the background of this shot. I've got a feeling Nathan McPhail managed to fight back and get back in front of Dan Abbott, but that battle's still going on. As for Nicole Drought, you can tell just by the body language of that car that she's still pushing on, but unfortunately that 1 lap penalty is going to drop her right the way down the order. So get ready to run down and speak to our winners.
So Nicole Drought then comes up from Knickerbrook up Clay Hill. Chased all the time by Matt Swaffer, who is now 4.5 seconds behind, but he doesn't mind at all because he will eventually get the overall victory and win Class B as well. The battle for Class C victory is between car 90 of McPhail in the predominantly silver coloured Honda Civic, and then Dan Abbott in car 92 in the black and pink Honda Civic. They are somewhere around the Knickerbrook area at this time, as now Nicole Drought passes the finishing line. Matt Swaffer, the overall winner, has just taken victory. And then car number 38, second there, is Kevin Glover and Henry Wright. In third position, car number 89, that is Charlie Polk, the Volkswagen Scirocco. Car number 46 will finish in fourth place. That's Jack and George Wright, the Volkswagen Golf with the orange flashes. And eventually, it is Dan Abbott who overtook Nathan McPhail. So Dan Abbott will win Class C. So car number 92, the black and pink Honda Civic, overtook Nathan McPhail on the final lap. And so car number 92, who started with the Class C pole, wins Class C ahead of Nathan McPhail in car number 90, who is second in Class C. Third in Class C will be Wayne Cockerell, who finishes 9th overall in car 21. Toyota Celica, the white and red one, is in third on the Class C podium. Winning Class G will be car 777 of Lee Mabbott and Ashley Parsons in their Toyota Celica as well. There was 2 Toyota Celicas out on track, and they finished 8th and 9th. Parsons ahead of Cockerell, but it is Wayne Cockerell who is third on the Class C podium. So overall we have Matt Swaffer in car number 45, the BMW, who wins. Second will be Kevin Glover and Henry Wright in car number 38, and third Charlie Park in the green Volkswagen Scirocco. Car number 89 is third overall. Winning Class C, Dan Abbott. Second in Class C, Nathan McPhail. And third in Class C, Wayne Cockerell in car number 21, the red and white Toyota Celica that moved up and down between third and 10th position overall during the 45-minute action-packed race. So that is the end of our first race of the afternoon. Coming towards midday in a few moments' time. That ends this morning's action, and next up will be the Miata Trophy Championship. That is race 2 this weekend. That is due to start at 12 o'clock in around about 6 minutes' time. So the cars will be coming out on track for that very shortly once the MSVT Trackday Championship cars return to the pits, and Matt Swaffer will be the first back to part Firm A.
Needed a few more laps, I think, at the end there. I was losing it.
Here with Matt Swaffer, we'll wait for Matt to take his helmet and hands device off. And you can just tell by the outpour of emotion that meant a lot. But Matt, we'll jump in and grab a word. You look rather tasty. We'll make sure we've got the car in the background. Matt, you came into this weekend championship leader overall. I don't know how much you look at it, but with Nicole Drought with a 1-lap penalty, that's exactly what you needed.
Yeah,
and you could tell you enjoyed it.
I had to keep pushing. I wasn't sure. You never know, do you? But I saw her go like ridiculously early, and I thought, I've got to follow her. I thought, no, just stick to your guns and let her go. But oh, that was a long race, long hot race. Yeah, I was just focused the last couple of laps. I was just trying to focus. It's really difficult. First win in Trackday Championship, so yeah, once you get them out of the way, they should all start coming a bit more, hopefully.
Well, we look forward to that. Massive well done on your first win. We saw you using a lot of curbs. Is that how you extract the time out of the car? Some drivers avoiding it. Yourself, you're up on 2 wheels quite a lot. You're having fun.
Oh, well, I was trying to use the curbs on the inside and not on the outside, because they've got the track limit cameras here. So I don't think I was using it on the outside, but I don't think I was anyway. But yeah, on the inside, yeah, why not?
It was brilliant to watch. Massive well done.
Lovely, thank you very much. Cheers.
So a quick word with Matt Swaffer. We'll then run around and speak to Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. We've got Henry and Kevin here. Both of you, this car's new to you this year, correct? Having raced the Fiesta last year, and I have to say the successes are coming. Very well done.
Yeah, it's nice to get a bit of dry running, to be fair, to try and develop some sort of a setup. It's still sort of in its infancy in terms of where we are with it, but yeah, can't be disappointed with that. It's proven reliable, and yeah, thanks to everyone for the help, all the sponsors. It makes such a huge difference to us. You know, it's grassroots stuff, and you know, it's good to see people supporting it, and it's yeah, really happy with that. Consistent podiums back to back, so yeah.
And Kevin, Henry handed the car over in a very respectable condition, and at that point, a very respectable position. Pardon me. Sorry, Henry. But was that sort of the turning point in this race, where they thought, wow, there really is a strong result here, much like Oulton Park?
Possibly. I must admit, I didn't really want to get in the car that early. I'd rather Henry did most of the stint. Obviously, the safety car forced that issue. So yeah, jumped in, and quite early on it became apparent with the jostling in the pit lane that Nicole's probably got a penalty. So then it's just a case of maintain position. A second, we'll take that. You know, we started 4th, so we've made up a few positions. It's all about the points for the championship at the end of the day. Keep it on the black stuff and just bring it home.
And you're saying more successes to come. You're building some momentum now.
Fingers crossed. We just need to dial in this dry setup. We've shown we've got a really good wet one, but unfortunately I don't think all the races are going to be wet this year. So yeah, a few tweaks, some suspension changes. Hopefully we just extract that last little bit out of it.
We look forward to it. Very well done to you both.
Thank you.
And now we'll jump in and grab a word with Charlie Paul. Charlie, again, another driver that's got a new car for this year. You're gelling well with the Scirocco. The speed is coming, the results are coming. We need to expect a lot more from you, don't we?
It's a great car. Yeah, I'm just coming to grips with it and the track a little bit. Had a bad start, to be honest, and lost throttle on the last session. And I was trying to put a fight to Kevin at the beginning after the safety car, but he slowly upped away with a bit of understeer. So yeah, just nursed it home into 3rd. So it was the best I could do at the time. So yeah.
And no Jack Goes in another Scirocco to chase you down this weekend. Was that did that give you a bit of breathing room to focus on just chasing those guys up the road?
I think yeah, it would give me a bit more competition if it was about us, I guess. Yeah, but it was great fun all the same. So yeah, just brought it home, and I could see air supply coming up behind. So nursed it home, 1 lap to go, and I kept losing throttle. So best I could do was a 3rd. So yeah.
Very well done on P3.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So a quick word with our top 3. The Miata Trophy cars are heading out onto circuit any moment now. I can see they're leaving the assembly area. So we'll focus on the race for them. But in the meantime, back up to James.
So you don't want to do podium, now just record it.
We move now to the Miata Trophy, our second race of the weekend, and round 9 of the 2025 Miata Trophy of Great Britain. They've been to Snetterton where Aidan Hills dominated, winning both rounds there for Hills Motorsport. We also saw James Blake Baldwin finish second and Declan Lee third, and that was repeated in the second round at Snetterton. And then at Silverstone, it was again advantage to Aidan Hills, who won both races there and therefore locked out all 4 of the first races this year. And it won't be anyone's surprise that Aidan Hills is therefore currently leading the championship by quite a big margin. He then went on to win at Brands Hatch round 5 in May. And he also won round 7 at Oulton Park as well. James Cossins was allowed to win the latest round, round 8, only a couple of weeks ago at Oulton Park. And so it is Aidan Hills who currently leads the championship. Let's have a look at the grid for round number 9 of 2025. And it is James Cossins, the 2024 champion, who is on pole position in car number 24. Aidan Hills, the current leader, on 352 points, is on second position at this stage. In third is Will Morris in car number 17, the first of the drivers on the grid who's not won a race so far this season. Then Jack Brewer in car 93. Then in car 12 in fifth position is Declan Lee, who won here last year. Oliver Allwood, who was third at Brands Hatch and third at Oulton Park, is in car number 63. He is in sixth position. Number 7 is the previous Miata Trophy champion, John Langridge, in car number 1. And in 8th position is car number 82, Michael Nibbs. On the 5th row is car number 64, Kamal Kelsey, and Drew Fletcher in car 26. In 11th position we have Rowan Lundy in car 88, and Tyler McAlpine is in car 10. That completes the top 12. On row 7 is Max Brown in number 36. Alex Miller is in number 7. In 15th position is Nick Scott in car 4, ahead of Will Powell in car 25. Row 9 is Alistair Esam in car 16, and in 18th position James Ball is in car 13. Row 10 is Neil Bullen in car 76, ahead of Simon Fleet in car 55. On row 11 we have Jack Hargreaves in 66 and David Newick in 77. Mark Stepney in car 33 is on row 12, with in 24th position Ben Taylor in car 84. And running the 3rd generation MX-5 as opposed to the 4th generation MX-5, and therefore running in the NC category as opposed to the ND category, we have Robin Yu in car 87. Andrew Phillips in car 128, and at the back of the grid in 27th position is Ben Julian in car 81. They are the 27 competitors then who have now formed up and are on the grid, and in any moment's time round 9 of the Miata Trophy of Great Britain will get underway as we wait for Robin Yao, Andrew Phillips and Ben Julian to take their positions on the grid. And they will be starting 4 abreast here at Oulton Park. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid to show that it is clear. And very shortly, lights will go out. They are bright red at the moment. Lights are out. We're away and racing for round 9 of the Miata Trophy of Great Britain. And the early leader, James Cossins from pole, takes the lead and continues to have the lead. Aidan Hills is number 8, is in second position. That's the orange flashes, and then the yellow. That is Will Morris in car 17, ahead of Jack Brewer in 93 in the black. And down just in 5th position is the green of Declan Lee. Oliver Allwood is in 6th position as we have safely negotiated cascades, some of the leaders as they come into it now. And it is still James Cossins with the lead, and then Aidan Hills, who's already won 6 races this season out of the first 8 rounds, is in second position. There's a gap then, as moving up into 3rd place is the yellow Miata, and he has overtaken Declan Lee. That is car 40, so car 93 Jack Brewer is ahead of Will Morris. So car 93 Jack Brewer moves into 3rd position. Will Morris is demoted to 4th place, having gone through cascades. They come up towards the Island Bend, and they go through the chicane at Island Bend, and they head up towards Shell Oil's hairpin shortly. And the leader continues to be James Cossins, who's already won one race this season. That was round number 8, last time out at Oulton Park.
Aidan Hills all the way around the outside. So late on the brakes. Championship leader Aidan Hills, of course, running a multitude of cars this weekend. Ollie Allwood all over the coattails of Will Morris. Up the hill goes Aidan Hills, now in the lead of the race. James Cossins pushing along, followed then by Jack Brewer and Declan Lee. Declan Lee last season championship hopeful, didn't quite get there. John Langridge, the 2024 champion, managed to beat him there. Through Druids they will go once again for the first time at racing speed, and Ollie Allwood, he's pushing on, but Aidan Hills, having got to the front, isn't safe as of yet. Of course, James Cossins has to be careful here because he's racing with the boss. That's Aidan Hills, who runs the Hills Motorsport car that James Cossins is piloting, out of Lodge Corner and towards the elite. Alex Miller dives to the inside of Will Powell. That almost works. They're side by side, and Alex Miller goes through, but Aidan Hills leads from James Cossins, Jack Brewer, Declan Lee, Will Morris, followed then by Ollie Allwood. And all of a sudden, that mid-pack is where we need to be watching. Nico Stott on the move as well. He's trying to dive up the inside of Alex Miller on the run towards turn 1.
Yeah, so Aidan Hills bidding to have a 7th win this season, leads the way. James Cossins, James Cossins into 2nd position, and then in 3rd place is Will Morris and Jack Brewer. Jack Brewer having moved up to 3rd place ahead of Declan Lee, who's moved from starting in 4th, has continued in 4th place, chopped and changed over the first lap, but it is at this stage still Aidan Hills in the lead, having taken the lead going into Lodge Corner. Aidan Hills from James Cossins, Jack Brewer in 3rd place, Declan Lee in the green Miata is in 4th position, Will Morris in 5th, then Ollie Allwood in the multicoloured white, predominantly white MX-5 is in 6th place, and they are the leading 6 as they go through Hislops and Knickerbrook.
Michael Nibbs now applying that pressure onto John Langridge, or John Langridge applying the pressure onto Michael Nibbs. John Langridge gets through and will now be released onto the coattails of Ollie Allwood through the gravel dust up Clay Hill. Michael Nibbs looks back to the inside of John Langridge, 2 wheels on the grass, bounces all over the curbs as they crest the rise at the top of Clay Hill in towards Druids. Everybody arrives line astern, and John Langridge managed to secure that place in front of Michael Nibbs. The next target for him, as we say, will be Ollie Allwood. However, for Aidan Hills in the lead, last time through with the fastest lap of the race, the 2 minute 5.981, looking to better that this time, which you would imagine he will do. James Cossins still pushing on in what is 2nd place, but starting to lose a little bit of ground. Nicholas Stott still trying to work his way through and past Will Powell on the run through Lodge Corner. Declan Lee soaking up all the pressure possible from Will Morris. Aidan Hills goes through and does set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minute 2.89, pulled away to the tune of 0.6 of a second now from James Cossins, followed then by Jack Brewer, Declan Lee, Will Morris, Ollie Allwood, John Langridge and Michael Nibbs. Rowan Lundy sat there in what is 9th place, the 88 machine, so he's still pushing on. And just behind Rowan Lundy, there's a good little battle. That is between Max Brown in his newly inherited 10th place, having worked his way through and past Tyler McAlpin. A poor start from Kamal Kelsey. He's dropped right way down to 15th place.
A really good battle for 3rd position at this stage as Jack Brewer, Declan Lee and Will Morris are all together. Declan Lee in the green MX-5, Will Morris in the black one. And it is Will Morris applying the pressure to Declan Lee, and Will Morris is hoping that when Declan Lee attempts to go past Jack Brewer in the yellow, red and blue MX-5, that then Will Morris will be able to benefit from it in number 17, the black MX-5, as they go over Hilltop down towards Hislops. The leaders are still there. Aidan Hills being pressed all the time by James Cossins in the more white livery, then car 93 of Jack Brewer, Declan Lee right on his coattails. Then there's a slight gap, very small gap to in 5th position and Will Morris, and a slightly bigger gap to the more white livery of Ollie Allwood.
Yeah, so Ollie Allwood continues to close in on those cars up the road. However, for Aidan Hills, that lead that he had coming over the line last time through, 0.6 of a second, now means that James Cossins has just closed in a little bit over the space of the previous lap. As for Jack Brewer, he's still soaking up the pressure from Declan Lee, Will Morris and Ollie Allwood. As James Cossins closed in, 0.6 of a second will become something like 1, maybe 0.2 of a second. They've really started to close in. James needs to be really careful. Bump drafting over the start-finish line. The gap at the line, 0.130 of a second. James Cossins, maybe he's forgotten. He's racing the boss there. He needs to be very careful where he places his car. Declan Lee gets a really good run coming out of Old Hall Corner along the avenue, closes in onto Jack Brewer as they head in towards Cascades. Later on the brakes is Declan Lee, but I don't quite think the door's open for him. It hasn't on the inside, but he tries it around the outside. Declan Lee all over the curb, all over the painted tarmac. Everything then swings the way of Will Morris, who might do 2 in 1 here. Will Morris, he's looking good for third.
Absolutely, and Declan Lee needs to be very careful indeed, because he got a black and white warning flag for track limits on the previous lap, and race control will not be particularly pleased with him going free wheels onto the grass coming out of Cascade. So Will Morris, as you would have predicted, takes third position, having overtaken Declan Lee and also the long-time third positioned car of Jack Brewer. As it is now, Will Morris in the black number 17, who placed in third. Jack Brewer then in 93 in fourth position. Declan Lee in fifth position in the car number 12, the green one. And while that battle's been going on, Ollie Allwood in car 63 has really closed the gap into sixth position and is now right on the tail of Declan Lee, who sure wasn't expecting that. As they go through Hislops, out of Knickerbrook they run, and catching the leading six now is John Langridge, last year's champion in the Miller Motorsports number 1 car, who's now just behind Ollie Allwood in car 63.
He is indeed. Up Clay Hill they will go, but for Aidan Hills, I think James Cossins, or himself and James Cossins, are maybe working together a little bit just to try and run away from the chasing pack of Will Morris, Jack Brewer and Declan Lee. Declan Lee needs to be careful as Ollie Allwood is all over his coattails. Running around in a bit of free air is John Langridge, last season's champion, as they all approach Lodge Corner and then back towards Deer Leap once more. Behind that of John Langridge is Michael Nibbs. We saw the overtake between those two take place a couple of laps ago. James Cossins so late on the brakes, dives up the inside, but just gets slightly out of shape on the run in towards Old Hall Corner. So Aidan Hills holds on to the lead for now. Will Morris has got a little bit of damage on the front of his car, so I've got a feeling he's started to get his elbows out with Jack Brewer and Declan Lee just a couple of laps ago when we saw the overtake take place. Further down the order, Alex Miller is starting to come under pressure now. Who will that be from? That's from the number 36 machine of Max Brown, who's slowly started to carve his way through the order, and Max now looking for 11th place as Alex Miller, who's got vast amounts of experience in the Miata Trophy, is starting to have to put up a little bit of a fight for those newer faces that are arriving to what is a championship that's going from strength to strength year on year.
So Will Morris continues in third position through the Shell Oils hairpin, and then in fourth position is Jack Brewer in the yellow, blue and red car. They are ahead of Declan Lee, and Ollie Allwood was reducing that gap, and he might reduce that gap again. As they went through Lakeside, the gap looked like it had increased between Declan Lee and Ollie Allwood between 5th and 6th position. John Langridge is unable to get any closer to the 6th place Ollie Allwood car, as the cars now, these 3rd to 6th position cars, go through Knickerbrook, and it is very close indeed. Will Morris in 3rd, then in 4th position Jack Brewer, then Declan Lee, and Ollie Allwood sends most of the tyres onto the grass there. John Langridge heads up Clay Hill too.
Up Clay Hill go the field, and then towards Druids once more. Visually, Aidan Hills and James Cossins, with them working together, they've just started to pull yet more of a gap from Will Morris and Jack Brewer. Who else do we have down the order that's shuffled around since their starting position? We'll have a look. Whereabouts has Drew Fletcher got to? Chatting to Drew this morning. He is 16th place at the moment. Whereabouts did Drew line up? I thought he was slightly further up the order than 16th place. On the brakes in towards turn 1, Aidan Hills and James Cossins remain as they are. So too do Will Powell, Jack Brewer, Declan Lee and Ollie Allwood. Still trying to fight our way through the grid to pick out that car of Drew Fletcher, and of course the car you're looking for is the one you never see. Yeah, Drew Fletcher starting in 10th place. He's dropped down into 15th, albeit it was a poor lap last time through from the driver we mentioned, Max Brown, down 5 places. Clearly a mistake. We did see lots of smoke heading in towards the Shell Oils hairpin, so maybe a lock-up or even a spin.
Yeah, and James Cossins got alongside Aidan Hills as they went down Lakeside and then through Island Bend, and they are back behind each other. Aiden Hills ahead of James Cossins, as you would have thought, as they head towards Shell Oil's hairpin, as Declan Lee is all over the back of Will Morris. As Will Morris, Jack Brewer, then Declan Lee. There's a slight gap then to Ollie Allwood in 6th place. And going around the inside as they head through Britons was James Cossins, who is trying to get on terms with Aiden Hills, but they are neck and neck, and Aiden Hills still has the advantage and the lead.
Aiden Hills using every millimetre of the Oulton Park circuit available, all over the curb and then almost beyond, braking on the grass in towards his lops. Through Knickerbrook and back up Clay Hill they will go. They've got to be careful not to exceed track limits. We are seeing the black and white warning flag being held out for Andrew Phillips, so Andrew has clearly been taking some liberties with the track limits here at Oulton Park. Sideways into shot was Alex Miller, I think that was, heading through Knickerbrook, absolutely flying. The cloud cover has started to come yet more, so the track temperature will drop, the air temperature will drop, and maybe even lap times will start to drop as the car becomes ever more efficient. Aiden Hills last time through with the fastest lap of the race, dangerously close to a sub 2 minute lap time, 2-minute 0.074 from Aiden Hills. He's pulled away a little bit from James Cossins over this previous lap, but the aerodynamic assistance will swing the way of James Cossins and he will close in yet further. James Cossins now sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 59.943. The fuel load has started to come out the car, and what is already a light car, any further weight shed is just going to unlock more and more lap time. Declan Lee is in something of a stalemate with Jack Brewer and Ollie Allwood. He's neither gaining nor losing time to either of them and is stuck stationary in what is 5th place. He'll be hoping to get onto the podium after last season's results. He was just consistently on the podium, mainly the top step as well, but John Langridge, as we say, managed to beat him to the championship through Lakeside and towards the Shell Oil's hairpin once more. Aiden Hills, he's controlling this race from the front, 7 and a bit minutes still to go. James Cossins, he needs to unlock something special if he wants to get by the boss.
Absolutely, so they go through the Shell Oil's hairpin back towards Britons. They will head shortly, and the leading pair have got a 3.5 second advantage over Will Morris in 3rd place and then Jack Brewer in 4th as they head back towards Knickerbrook, going down from Hilltop. And James Cossins seems quite happy to sit in 2nd position at the moment. He's going to wait for his moment to overtake, or at least try to, and it wasn't then. So the blue number 8 car, that's the leader, that is Aiden Hills. Then James Cossins in the white and blue MX-5 is in 2nd position, car 24. And then they're all queued up behind as we now have a change of position for 3rd place. It looks like Jack Brewer has got past Will Morris on that lap, going somewhere between Hilltop and Knickerbrook. So we have a change of position for 3rd place. It looks like Jack Brewer has overtaken Will Morris. Indeed, it looks like that's happening now between Druids and Lodge. Will Morris goes to go around the outside, but it is still Jack Brewer who, in car number 93, has taken 3rd position in the yellow, blue and red Miata as they come up Deer Leap and head across the start-finish line. And it is still Jack Brewer who has 3rd position. Will Morris skids round, so does Declan Lee. They're very close. Will Morris tries to go around the outside. He's going to try to go up the inside now as they go into Cascades. Declan Lee watches on, hoping he might be able to go past them both if it doesn't go so well. Into Cascades they head.
So Cascades they will go, and Will Morris, as you say, got a really good run on the exit of Old Hall Corner, but couldn't quite get there. And there's a big moment heading through turn 1. That's for the number 36 of Max Brown. Does he dig it back out of the gravel? Yes, he does. That was trying to go up the inside of Alex Miller. He manages to get the car back onto the circuit, albeit with a bit of cosmetic damage. So Max Brown, his race is going from bad to worse. He's got sporadic pace, very quick pace at that, but unfortunately it's just started to all come undone. Rattling over the curbs in towards Britain chicane go Aiden Hills and James Cossins. There's a 5-second penalty being awarded to Michael Nibbs for exceeding track limits. Sideways all the way through the Shell Oil's hairpin goes Rowan Lundy, and clearly unimpressed with that one. I think he was somewhat helped towards the exterior of the track. Declan Lee has now managed to get in front of Will Powell, back to the original point of Will Powell looking to the inside of Jack Brewer. With all that battling, I was going to say Declan Lee is only going to close in, and not only close in, overtake is what he's done. He's now going to be closing in onto Jack Brewer, and that podium is now only, what, half a second up the road for Declan Lee. Ollie Allwood hasn't managed to go with him. He's fallen into a bit of free space behind that trio. As for the leaders, Aidan Hills and James Cossins, they continue to run round quicker than the rest of the pack. But Declan Lee, he'll be wanting to grasp that final step on the podium.
Yeah, well, Declan Lee was more gifted that position than overtook, because it was Will Morris who ended up not on the racing line. He tried to defend, he tried to overtake Jack Brewer, and he ended up not on the racing line through Lakeside. He ended up going up slightly on the grass, and that is how Declan Lee was on the racing line. He managed to get past. So as they come back over the start-finishing line, Declan Lee may well be overtaken here by Will Morris in the black car. Number 17 is going to get the line into Old Hall and take back 4th place, and he's back on the charge to try and get 3rd off Jack Brewer. So, and going onto the curbs and onto the green stuff is Declan Lee in the green number 12 and Miata, as the leaders go through Cascades. But the battle really for 3rd position, freeway here, Jack Brewer, then Will Morris, and then Declan Lee, who's now been demoted to 5th place, where he started off a lap ago.
Yeah, Declan Lee, albeit it looked like Will Morris had missed a gear. There's an exhaust hanging off one of the cars. We'll try and pick out exactly who that is next time they come by, but I'd imagine that will catch the attentions of the stewards. Aidan Hills has got James Cossins all over his rear bumper, as he has done for the previous, 27 minutes of this race. In towards Britons once again. Look how much curb Aidan Hills takes, bouncing the car in towards the chicane. Once again, just nailing the apex marker is James Cossins. Jack Brewer having caught 3rd place not so long ago. He's just staying there, as Declan Lee did manage to get back up the inside of Will Morris. He looked like a missed gear or something for Will. He just all of a sudden lost the momentum. Car number 25 with the black and orange mechanical warning flag, that is Will Powell, and that will be because the bonnet is starting to lift on that car. The bonnet pins are still holding it there, but the actual bonnet catch at the front of the bonnet has clearly given way. So Will Powell, unfortunately, has just started, or is it must be Will Powell with the exhaust hanging low as well, so that car's been in the wars, and he will have to opt into the pit lane. No, Will Powell has brought an end to his race. He's stopped just heading through Lakeside, jumps over the barrier to where the marshals can get him to a relative place of safety. But Aidan Hills and James Cossins as a pair, late on the brakes in towards Lodge Corner. They're going on to the final lap of the race.
Yeah, and they just both posted their fastest laps of the race. They track quicker than ever, 1 minute 59.955 and 1 minute 59.943 for Hills and Cossins as they head into Old Hall Corner. And Cossins up the inside, smokes the tyres slightly on his front right as they battle for 3rd continues. Declan Lee now up into 4th position as they head into Old Hall, and Declan Lee looks up the inside of Jack Brewer, but Jack Brewer holds on to 3rd position in the yellow MX-5. It's Jack Brewer, Declan Lee, and then Will Morris in the black number 17. They go through Cascades.
Doesn't really matter for Declan Lee anymore. He's got a 15-second time penalty, so that 3rd place no longer on the cards. Will Morris will inherit the 4th place. Michael Nibbs with that 5-second time penalty we already knew about, but Declan Lee clearly taking more liberties with the track limits. He will have already been awarded a 5-second time penalty, a further 10 seconds for continual misuse of the track limits, and unfortunately 15 seconds is going to drop him quite a way down the order. Aidan Hills continues to lead from James Cossins, and for 20 minutes James Cossins, I'm sure, will be pretty bored of staring at the back of Aidan Hills' car, but unfortunately that gap has just started to etch out ever more over the previous couple of laps, and Aidan Hills, 7 wins out of the first 9 races. That's not a bad hit rate at all.
Yeah, so Declan Lee will be demoted from 4th place to around about 11th or 12th position, depending on exact timing, so he had a 15-second time penalty. So James Cossins lock up his wheels into Knickerbrook as they head up Clay Hill, and the leader continues to be Aidan Hills, bidding to have an 8th win of the season, sorry, a 7th win of the season in this 9th round of the Miata Trophy Great Britain. Aidan Hills came into today's championship with 352 points ahead of James Cossins on 318, and Declan Lee on 294, and Jack Brewer on 256, Oliver Allwood on 236, and it's those 5 names that will lock out the top 5 positions, albeit Declan Lee will unfortunately be demoted, as the winner of round 9 is Aidan Hills. James Cossins in 2nd, unable to repeat his performance of last time out at Oulton Park. There it is, Aidan Hills from James Cossins, and then in 3rd position Jack Brewer holds on to 3rd position. Unfortunately Declan Lee is demoted, which means that Will Morris is in 4th position. Last year's champion John Langridge is in 5th in car number 1. Then in 6th position is Michael Nibbs. In 7th is Taylor McAlpine in car number 10. Ollie Allwood has been demoted to 8th position due to track limits in car number 63. That was circulating in 5th for most of the race. Declan Lee ultimately ends up in 9th place in the green number 12 Miata that provided so much of the action. Then we have Lundy in car 88 in 10th, and that rounds out the top 10 of the Miata Trophy of Great Britain. Round number 9, round 10 of this race series will be coming later on today at 2:20 through to 2:40 as our 4th race of the afternoon. And will Aidan Hills be able to add yet another race to his list of victories, having now won 7 of the first 9 rounds? The likes of James Cossins and Declan Lee, the only other drivers have been able to win so far this season. So it is Aidan Hills ahead of James Cossins, Jack Brewer, Will Morris and John Langridge, the top 5. So Hills Motorsport lock out the top 4 positions with their 4 entries in this contest, and John Langridge, the first of the non-Hills Motorsports, in 5th position with Miller Motorsport. So the MX-5s are having their cool-down lap, and then we'll return to Parc Fermé shortly. And our next race here at Oulton Park is not until a little while, actually. It is the Trackday Trophy, the MSVT Trackday Trophy, due off at 1:20, another 45-minute race in exactly the same format as our first contest earlier on at 11 o'clock. They'll have a 2-minute pit window that they'll have to serve during any of the 45 minutes. And that second race, the MSVT Trackday Trophy Race 3 on today's programme, is due off at 1:20. Congratulations to our race winners, Aidan Hills.
Picture of that, right? Oh, yeah. Hills Motorsport.
What's it going to take to stop you in a Miata Trophy car? That's now, what, 9 wins out of the first 11, or 8 wins out of the 7 wins out of the first 9, whatever. It's, yeah, even I've lost track. 7 out of 8, 7 out of 9, whatever it is. It's impressive, that's what it is.
Thanks, mate, yeah. But the margins aren't big, right? So it's not like I'm walking away with every race. It's hard work, and James kept me so honest the whole race, you know. I think I actually, on that one, I thought I had a good run on him into Cascades, but something came in my visor, a bit of grass or something, got in my eye, so I was trying to pull it out for half a lap. And then I just got a good run off the first chicane, managed to just pick to the outside, and James covered the inside, obviously, as you would do, and I just got to the outside and just about managed to get around him. So yeah, and then after that, I think it was, he looked quicker, I felt like he was quicker than me. It was just, you know, it's hard to get past around here, and just put the car in the right places. But massive thanks to the team. Shout out especially to Dave, because I put him under a bit of pressure after a little mistake in qualifying. We had some work to do on the car, so yeah, thanks to Dave Longhurst for getting that ready. Thanks to my dad, hello to my family, and Annie at home. Yeah, it's a good start to the day. Obviously, reverse grid race 2 is going to be a little bit trickier from P9, I think. So yeah, let's have some fun.
And are there any team orders with you and James, or is it if James wants to race the boss, let's see what he can do?
No, of course. At the end of the day, he's a customer, right? So I'm not going to tell him to not overtake me when he pays the bill. So no, we've never had team orders. Me and James have raced together for so long, and we've worked together. Like he's been in my team. He was my first ever customer in 2019. So we've got a lot of respect for each other. I've got so much respect for him. We know that we can race together, and if there is any contact, it's complete accidental. We've never really had much issues in the years we've raced together. So we're also very good friends off the track. So there's no team orders at all. We race as hard as we can, and then off the track we'll shake hands and be mates. But no team orders at all in our team.
Hills Motorsport top 3, got to be happy.
Yeah, buzzing with that. And I think there was some other boy. I think we were almost in the top 5. I haven't checked up the results, but I think top 4. Yeah. So Deck obviously got a 5-second penalty, which probably ruined it. But yeah, the race was really good, and race 2 is going to be much better with the reverse grid. Yeah.
Very well done. Look forward to it.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Quick word with Aidan Hills. I was going to run in and grab a word with Jack Brewer, but he's chatting. We'll grab James Cossins now. James, we've just heard some very complimentary words from Aidan Hills about yourself. What's it like chasing around the boss? Because you were looking to the inside, looking to the outside, flying over curves, but just couldn't quite get there. But the reverse grid race is on the way.
Yeah, I need some wings instead. It's a bit annoying when there's a guy in front of you. Funny that, but he drove really well. Great move. We were sort of side by side going into the second chicane, I think it was. And then I just sort of ran out of road a little bit on the grass, that kind of thing. Tried to keep him on his toes. The toe out there, ironically, was actually really, really strong. So I got a great start, and then straight away right up back to the bumper again. Obviously, I got second, but happy that it's not third or onwards. Aidan drove a great race, giving him some waves as I could see him looking in the mirror. But yeah, it gets quite hot being that close after a while, as you can tell. I'm quite sweaty. But yeah, good result from the team. Of course, Jack as well being in third. So 1, 2, 3 from Hills Motorsport. Not sure what else we can do, but carry that on to the reverse grid, which I'm looking forward to. 10th to hopefully first. Yeah, it'll be carnage.
Well, you answered my next question, because I was going to say, what's the plan for race 2? But clearly, back onto the podium then.
Yeah, just close my eyes and just figure it out, find out. Yeah, the car feels great. I did hit the tyre barrier, as you can see, a little bit too hard. So we'll string it up, make sure it's pointing in the right direction for race 2, and hopefully we can all work together and make our way up.
Very well done on P2.
Thank you.
Quick word with James Cossins, and we'll grab Jack Brewer. If we can get Jack over here, we'll get him in front of his own car. We'll give him we'll give the background. It looked like a slightly pressured morning for you trying to get here on time, but clearly the speed you arrived at the circuit, you brought it onto the track, and P3, got to be happy.
Yeah, better late than never, eh? But yeah, it's been turning up a bit late and then getting stuck in the gravel in qualifying. We've then cleared all the gravel out. My dad's been stuck underneath the car, well, pretty much for the last year, and finally starting to pay off, but the car felt wicked. Some hard battles out there, but that's Mazda racing at its finest, so awesome.
And fighting with Will Morris and Declan Lee, that's got to be fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was watching Deck's track limits appear on the board, so I wasn't too worried about Deck, but I was watching Will, and he got close a few times, and we had a few little scrapes, but it's all part of racing.
And the plan for race 2, I guess, just back to third place, maybe second, or are you going to bring it to these two?
Well, they'll start behind me, so we'll see. But if I can get another podium, I'll be well happy. But just keep it in one piece, keep moving forward, and go from there.
Very well done, and best of luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll move on to the podium. If we can try and get James and Aidan for the podium. James is doing another interview at the moment, so we'll wander over to the podium and hope that he can get over here in time. We'll see if we can get James Cossins, actually. He's still sat there chatting away to the other media, but we can kick off at least with Jack Brewer onto the third step. So third place in the first race of the day for the Miata Trophy. Onto the third step, please, Jack Brewer. You can see Jack Brewer over the moon with that. Onto the third step with the podium, with the trophy in hand. Onto the second step, please. Second place in race number 1 from Hills Motorsport. Also, James Cossins. So congratulates Jack Brewer onto the second step of the podium, trophy in hand from Championship coordinator Mandy. And onto the top step, no stranger to it, Aidan Hills. Aidan Hills onto the top step. The media get their photos. Trophies in hand, fabulous trophies for this season in the Miata Trophy as always. And cheering onto the podium, I think needing some encouragement to prove that they want to be here. But that is the podium for the first race of the weekend for the Miata Trophy. But at least from us down here in the paddock at Oulton Park, we're going to break for lunch, but in around about 40 minutes time we'll go back racing for the MSVT Trackday Trophy.
Welcome back then on Oulton Park Radio on 94.9 FM. Time to go racing again, this time for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. It's race 3 this afternoon. It's a 45-minute race. It's due off at 1:20, and the cars are now leaving the paddock, making their way through the pit lane and onto the track for their warm-up lap ahead of this 45-minute race. It's the 4th weekend of racing this season for these cars, having previously been to Snetterton, Silverstone and Donington earlier this year. Let's have a look then at the grid. We've got a total of 31 cars on track for this race, and Jonathan Mee in car 29 is on pole, with David Zarakreski in car 41 second. We have car 34 of Rawlings and Holyhead in third. Jordan Honeybone in car 44 is fourth. The pairing of Reed in car 141 is in fifth, and Nathan McPhail is in car 90 in sixth position. On row 4, it is car 64 of Wright and Allett. In car 25, Stuart Smith is in 8th position. Sarah Hobson is in 9th, and Wayne Cockerell in car 21 is on 10th. On row 6, we have Tommy Valentine in car 155 with Alistair Easom in car 16. Chris Stone is in 13th position, car 60, and in car 14 we have the combination of Adams and Adams in car 3. The combination of Hart and Hart are in car 245 in position 15, and David Muffett is in car 50 in 16th position. On row 9 we have car 58 of George Wright, car 63 of Andy Burton. Gilbert and Baldacci are in car 77 on row 10, with Chris Stone in car 283 in 20th position, while Brayson Ratford in car 73 at 21st. Joel Middleton is in car 23 in 22nd position. David Evans in car 37 is on 23rd position, with Fletcher and Langston in car 83 also on row 12. Jack Spooner is in car 5 in 25th position, with Jude Worley car 20, 26th. 27th is car 26, Jordan Mullarkey, and car 116 is in 28th position with a combination of Payne and Risberger, while Michael Snape is in car 805 on row 15, and on row 16 we have car number 8 of Ethan Lundy completing the 30 strong grid. For this, the MSVR Club Car Championships Race Day MSVT Trackday Trophy is going to take place over 45 minutes, beginning at 1:20, which is more or less upon us, and the cars are lining up on the grid here at Oulton Park.
They are indeed. I can bring you some starting drivers. Car number 3 will be started by Rob Adams. He will hand over to Martin Adams. Car number 34, Paddock Performance Racing. Michael Rawlings will start to hand over to Jason Holyhead. Car number 65, Jack Wright will start before handing over to Matthew Allett. Car number 73, Asbo Motorsport, will be started by Darren Brace before he hands over to Charlie Ratsford. 77, the 77 racing car will be started by Matt Baldacci, and Stephen Gilbert will take over. Car number 116 in the 2 Racing UK, Mazda 2, Colin Rybridger will hand over to Benjamin Payne. Car number 141, Luke Reed will hand over to Chris Reed. Car number 245, the Harts Racing Honda Civic, Phil Harts will start and hand over to James Harts throughout the race. And this is a very special race for the MSVT Trackday Trophy, the 100th race since its inception. So if we are assuming that every race has been 45 minutes exactly, which naturally some go over, that is 75 hours worth of racing, made up of 45-minute races over the 100 completed for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. Later on we will have the MSVT Trackday Trophy celebration race, but 100 races will have been completed in the MSVT Trackday Trophy come the checkered flag in around about 45 minutes time. A momentous occasion, not only for the MSVT Trackday Trophy, but for the MSVT, the MSVR and MSV as a whole. It is an occasion which will be well celebrated. I am sure. Drivers to watch in this one, I mean, going off qualifying, it gives you a good idea. Jonathan Mee, in addition to programme car number 29 in the Lotus Elise Series 1, he falls into Class B. Very quick indeed, but do not rule out David Zakchevsky on that front row of the grid. We have got the race underway. Red lights go out, and it's a brilliant start from Jonathan Mee on the run in towards turn 1. Jonathan Mee will indeed lead, followed then by the 34 of Michael Rawlings, who managed to dive to the inside of David Zakchevsky. So David Zakchevsky's falling all the way down the order, ran wide onto the grass. I don't know whether that car's got a problem. So from the front row of the grid, he's going to be in the clutches of the mid-pack now.
Yeah, it did look like he was going very slowly down the avenue as the leader, Jonathan Mee, in the grey Lotus, has got a good advantage here, but he's just being overtaken at this stage by Jordan Honeybone by the looks of things, but he's hanging on to that lead, Jonathan Mee, in the Lotus. It's going to be very tough to get past as they go into the Shell Oils hairpin for the first time.
Jordan Honeybone, 4th place in the Renault Clio. Up from there is Jack Wright in the predominantly blue Porsche 944 Series 2. He will hand over to Matthew Allett. It's the 34 of Michael Rawlings in 2nd place, who is very, very quick in a straight line. The BMW pulls really well as they go over the crest and then down in towards Hislops, but much later on the brakes is Jonathan Mee in the much lighter Lotus Elise Series 1. Slightly more nimble through the corners as well. Michael Rawlings is going to be keeping an eye on that rear view mirror, mainly as Jack Wright, who is very, very quick in his own right as they go up Clay Hill. That Porsche 944 is not going to make 2nd place an easy position to hold on to for Michael Rawlings over the top of Clay Hill and then in towards Druids. For Jonathan Mee, he now just needs to focus on running away from the battling pair behind.
Absolutely, and he's struggling to do that. Jonathan Mee, very tiny advantage at this stage over Jack Wright in the 64 BMW. He's in 3rd position. So now come back over the start-finishing line, and Jonathan Mee out in front here. From in 2nd position, the 34 machine of Rawlings and Holyhead, and the BMW E36 ahead of Jack Wright in that Porsche 944 number 64, and the leading trio go into Cascades for the 2nd time. Rawlings and Jack Wright right on the tail of Jonathan Mee in car 29.
They are indeed. Don't rule out Nathan McPhail. He's not too far away either. He will try and close in on the bulk of the lead pack as they head along Lakeside and then in towards the Shell Oils hairpin. Jonathan Mee is just continuing to try and run away. You can see that Lotus Elise is very, very nimble indeed. Back into the pit lane with further problems. Unfortunately comes the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. Phil Hart will bring that car in. We saw that car have issues in the earlier MSVT Trackday Championship race, but unfortunately I think that car has still got some issues. We saw some damage on the front right of that car in the early stages of the Trackday Championship race, so hopefully all is well and they can get that car either back out for the celebration race later on or for the latter stages of this season. Cadwell Park on the way, but in the meantime they've still got just shy of 42 minutes left in this race. Further down the order we've got some brilliant battles raging on. As for Jonathan Mee, however, he's just trying to run away at the front. Car number 41, the Dubshak Motorsport car of David Zakchevsky from the front row of the grid, struggling to get that car up to speed in the early stages of this race. Last time he crossed the line he was in 11th place. Since then he's picked up a couple of places over this lap. However, for Jonathan Mee, all of a sudden that lead is going to come under more and more pressure. They still have the mandatory pit stop to serve, much like in the Trackday Championship, a 2-minute mandatory pit stop to be served in this race. Jonathan Mee, if anything on this lap, has actually pulled away now from David Rawlings. David Rawlings coming under pressure from Jack Wright on the run in towards turn 1. Jack Wright's not quite close enough. That Porsche 944 Series 2, he's really pushing on now, isn't he?
It certainly is. They go into Cascades, although Michael Rawlings is leading the Class C division with in 2nd position in Class B the Porsche driven by Jack Wright, so Rawlings will be able to cling on to the Class C lead even if he is overtaken on this lap. So at this stage it is still Jonathan Mee who leads in the Silver Lotus ahead of the 34 car of Rawlings. The white E36 BMW is ahead of behind there the Porsche 944 of Jack Wright, car number 64, and that trio are quite a long way ahead of the rest of the field at this stage. They've pulled 3.5 seconds ahead of Honeybone, the Renault Clio, car number 44, the white with the yellow flashes.
We were getting a brief look through the Shell Oils hairpin. David Zagchevsky managed to work his way through and past Wayne Cockrell. That Toyota Celica still limping around, missing third gear, but Wayne Cockrell doing what he can to manage that until the end of the race. Another 45-minute race for him, but for David Zagchevsky, he's now looking to the inside of Tommy Valentine in the Burton Power Run Ford Fiesta ST, but David Zagchevsky late on the brakes, dives to the inside, gets to the apex, and position made heading in towards his lops through Knickerbrook. David Zagchevsky, you'd have thought he'll have the legs in a straight line. Tommy Valentine pushing on, getting dangerously close to track limits, but for David now it's just about that damage limitation and making up for the poor start that he had in the early stages of this race. Sarah Hobson in the second of the two Toyota Celicas is leading the next little battle pack. Just off the tail of that battle pack, in fact, is Rob Adams. He's yet to hand over to Dad Martin Adams later on in this race, but on the short run underneath the vehicle bridge towards Lodge Corner, Sarah Hobson leading that train ahead of, will that be this starting to sack up behind? It will be the number 25 Honda Civic of Stuart Smith. Not anymore, as Stuart Smith has now dropped behind the number 16 of Alistair Easom, and then behind Stuart Smith, as we mentioned, is the Adams pairing in that Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, and Jonathan Mee is going to shortly come across number 805 of Michael Snape, who's about to be lapped on this lap or the next lap, so that may cause a little bit of a problem for the race leader, who has right on his tails at this stage. Rawlings in the BMW E36 and Jack Wright in the Porsche 944, and so when they come across Michael Snape in the number 805 machine, then the leading three may well be jumbled up. As they go over Hilltop now, they're heading back towards Hislops and Knickerbrook, and it is Jonathan Mee who's extended his lead by 2.5 seconds now over Rawlings in the 34 BMW E36 ahead of the Porsche 944, which has Jack Wright at the wheel, 1.8 seconds down the road in third position. As they now go up Clay Hill, the pair, and they have now got quite significant gaps between the leading three cars. They have pulled further 3 seconds clear the Renault Clio of Honeybone in car 44.
And it's behind the wheel of car 44, Jordan Honeybone. He has shared the car for a long, long while with his son over previous years, so I'm not sure how long they're running that car for. I think they said this year is the final year of Apple Car Centre and potentially their final year of racing that Renault. David Zagchevsky now late on the brakes, dives up the inside of Nathan McPhail, so another position gain for David Zagchevsky, up into 6th place overall, will remain 5th in Class B. But by far and away an impressive performance so far from Michael Rawlings, batting well above his weight in that Class C BMW E36. Class C for catering for cars anywhere between 126 and 150 brake horsepower per tonne. And for Michael Rawlings, he is batting well above his weight indeed. For David Zagchevsky, the next targets for him will be the 141 Mini Cooper, Wolf Motorsport, and Luke Reed. That car went very, very well indeed at Donington Park and was looking for an overall win, but unfortunately a mistake on the final couple of laps meant that car found itself in the wall and limping back to the paddock. But David Zagchevsky, he's got a second win, making up for that poor start.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got Luke Reed in the black and white Mini Cooper heading out of Shell Oil's hairpin, has on his tail McPhail, and with those in between them is David Szałkeski in the white, red and blue BMW, who's right on the tail of Luke Reed now in that black and white Mini Cooper as they go into Knickerbrook, and it looks like David Szałkeski tried to go up the inside in the black and white Mini, to try and take the black and white Mini of Luke Reed, but Luke Reed has held on to 5th position in car 141 as Szałkeski tries to move on the outside of the BMW as they go up Clay Hill, tracked all the time by Nathan McPhail in car 90, the Honda Civic, as they now head up towards Druids for the third time.
A brilliant move from David Zagrzewski as they crested Clay Hill and then in towards Druids. David Zagrzewski's the straight six BMW, just had the legs, and then on the brakes in towards Druids, that was position secure. So up into what is 5th place now for David. Further down the order, we've got some brilliant battles going on. Ethan Lundy in the number 8 Hills Motorsport car currently finds himself 7th in Class D, but fighting away with the Mazda RX-8. We had a spin further down the order. That's for one of the FJ Racing Renault. That's Jordan Mullicky.
26 of Jordan Mullicky for FJ Racing. His 2009 16-year-old Renault Clio. He's back racing, back on the black stuff, away. Jonathan Mee extends his lead over Rawlings to 3.5 seconds in car 29. That's the overall race leader, the Lotus, driven by Jonathan Mee, car 29, the guest entry this week, not on the original entry list. As we have a battle between cars 58 and 50 going down the home straight, and car 50 looks up the inside going into the avenue. David Muffett and George Wright. George Wright in the Team Air Supply Citroën Saxo keeps David Muffett in the car 50 Mini Cooper at bay, and it is still George Wright in the Team Air Supply Citroën Saxo who has managed to hold of 20th position, having lost it on the previous lap. So the battle for 20th position very much alive, as we now have some back markers between the first and second position cars, as the gap between second and third has closed right down indeed. The BMW of Rawlings just ahead of Jack Wright in the Porsche 944, who seems to be closing all the time as they now come down the home straight and into down the avenue they go.
Just looking as well for David Murfitt. He's coming up against George Wright in that Citroën Saxo VTS, and I mean, David Murfitt is very, very quick indeed, but for George Wright, a wealth of experience, and not only in that Citroën Saxo, but also in the Porsche 944, which we've seen out, also in the Volkswagen Golf, which we've seen out, and in the Enduro KA, which he runs with son Jack Wright and Johnny Milner very successfully as well. It's a great battle going over the line. Wayne Cockrell applying pressure or Wayne Cockrell coming under pressure from Stuart Smith. Stuart Smith under pressure from Sarah Hobson. Back from there, you've got what I think is the lead for Class D as well. Alistair Easom in the Mazda MX-5 is coming under pressure from another Mazda MX-5, car number 3, the Borum Motorsport Mark III, in the hands of Rob Adams. That is effectively the battle from 9th right the way down to 13th, and involved in that is the battle for the lead in Class D.
Absolutely battles all over the place on track as the battle for second continues at this stage. Very close indeed between Michael Rawlings in car 34, the BMW E36 in third position, and car 64 of Jack Wright, the Porsche 944 back from 1990. 35-year-old car, still going very well, and seems to have the legs on the BMW E36 as Rawlings is under great pressure at this stage from Jack Wright. So Rawlings and Wright having this battle for second position keeps on going, as Wayne Cockrell has lost a position there to car 21. Wayne Cockrell down to 9th position from 8th. They went into Knickerbrook, the Toyota Sleeker in the red and white livery, driven by Wayne Cockrell. As the battle for second goes into Cascades, and it is still Jonathan Rawlings who has the advantage over the blue Porsche of Jack Wright. The car that's gone off slightly onto the grass, but keeps on going.
Stuart Smith in that FJ Racing Honda Civic, very, very wide. I think not only through grass, but gravel as well through Druids. I'd imagine that was a very scary moment for Stuart Smith. Wayne Cockrell just dips a wheel onto the grass as they turn into Old Hall Corner. So Wayne Cockrell will remain in 9th place. Sarah Hobson picks up a place, so too does Alistair Easom, so too does Rob Adams, and we've just mention that Stuart Smith has ran wide. He's now been given a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits, so salt in the wound.
Jack Wright went wide out through Britain's hairpin, and
that's the leader.
The leader has come off of the Britain's hairpin, so whatever caused Jack Wright to go wide and lose ground to Jonathan Rawlings, Jonathan Rawlings the lead and Jack Wright second position, because Jonathan Mee came off at the same time at Britain's chicane. So we have a new leader in the form of Jonathan Rawlings. So the BMW E36 in the white and blue livery is your leader. Jack Wright now is in second position in that blue Porsche 944, and Jonathan Mee drops a few places going through Britain.
I think we know why Jack Wright ran wide. Jonathan Mee in the lead. It looked rather smoky indeed, just heading up through the gearbox, looked slightly smoky as well, so maybe some sort of fluid being deposited out the tail of the Lotus Elise Series 1. Michael Rawlings leads the way, and yes, still smoking badly is Lotus Elise, so Jonathan Mee, you should imagine, will be opting for the pit lane, because if he's dropping fluid out there, that would explain why that of Jack Wright just got caught out. But Michael Rawlings in a C-Class car now leading the way, so he's effectively in the midpoint of the brake horsepower per tonne classification, so drivers being waved at somewhat. I think that's the Podium Motorsport crew, I think, tried to grasp the attention of Jude Worley and get her into the pit lane. But no, continuing on for now is Jonathan Mee. I've got a feeling the scrutineers and the stewards will have spotted that that car isn't quite running as it should.
And it may well be overtaken by Luke Reed in the 141 black and white Mini Cooper, who's putting pressure on the previous race leader Jonathan Mee, and now he's dropped down to 5th position after coming off at Britain's. And so Luke Reed will be applying pressure to him as they go down Lakeside, as your new race leader is Jack Wright in number 64, the BMW. Then we have, Michael Rawlings is new race leader, and Jack Wright in car 64 is second in the BMW. As we now see pressure on Wayne Cockerell for 9th position, as car 144 is applying pressure to Wayne Cockerell. So Sarah Hobson rather, in the white and yellow Toyota Celica is all over Wayne Cockerell in the red and white Toyota Celica as they go through the Shallows hairpin and back towards Britain's.
Pit window is open. Andy Burton is the first to dive into the pit lane. Andy Burton will come to a stop to serve his 2-minute mandatory penalty, 2-minute mandatory pit stop. Also in is Michael Snape in the BMW Mini. So opting for the pit lane nice and early as soon as the window opens. Of course, it's much like Trackday Championship, 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. So as we've both got TSL on our screens much like earlier, we will shuffle around with the channels and get a picture as to how long drivers are spending in the pit lane and ensuring that they're all the right side of the 2 minutes required. Andy Burton gets rolling rather quickly indeed. So that might be a bit quick from Andy Burton. No, he's just shuffling his way a little bit further down the pit lane. Also into the pit lane now comes Jonathan Mee, pole sitter and previous race leader. This also gives an opportunity for his mechanics to give the car a once-over. Into the pit lane now comes Jude Worley, the first of the 2 Podium Motorsport cars we've got out there. So she will come to a stop just below us with the rest of the Podium Motorsport crew. The pit lane is only going to get busier.
Absolutely, Michael Rawlings stays out on track in car 34. We do have Jonathan Mee in, as Jack says. Rawlings and Wright stay out. Gordon Honeybow in the Renault Clio, number 44, the white with the green flashes, has gone up to 3rd position now at Renault Clio. Then David Zarakreski has moved up to 4th in car 41. Luke Reed has overtaken Nathan McPhail. So he's moved to 5th position. Nathan McPhail has moved up to 6th position. Now Jonathan Mee has come into the pit lane. And so that is the leaders. In 8th position at this stage is car 155, driven by Tommy Valentine. That's the Ford Fiesta ST, powered by Burton Power Racing. And behind Tommy Valentine is Sarah Hobson in the Toyota Celica, the yellow one, and has overtaken the Toyota Celica of Wayne Cockerell, who's come into the pits since being overtaken, and now dropped to 13th position while sitting in the pit lane. car 21.
Also in the pit lane is Matt Baldici. He will jump out of the Clio 182, hand over to Stephen Gilbert. Stephen's very quick, much like Matt, so that car currently being worked on as drivers help each other and aid each other in swapping around. Keep an eye on the number 3 Boreham Motorsport Midlands car of Rob Adams. Last time over the line he was 2/10 away from Alistair Easom. That's the battle for the lead in Class D. So both Mazda MX-5 Mark IIIs. Let's see what they can do, not only in the pit lane but then throughout the remainder of the race. Diving on the brakes into the pit lane is the Ford Fiesta. I've got a feeling that was one of the NJM cars. If you look down the order, it would be Jack Spooner that's popped into the pit lane. Now into the pit lane also comes Tommy Valentine behind the wheel of the Ford Fiesta ST. Also in the pit lane we've seen the number 25 of Stuart Smith. That car's already holding a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Over the line now goes Rob Adams. I've got a feeling he's going to be into the lead of Class D. Yes, he is. Whereabouts has Alistair Easom got to? Last time over the line they were separated by 2/10. Now Alistair Easom appears over the crest at Dealebe. So I've got a feeling Alistair's had a rather slow lap. Goes through and breaks the beam. Yes, a 2:18, so a very slow lap from Alistair Easom. Has clearly had an off-track excursion at some point. Now joining us in the pit lane as well is Colin Rybridger. He will hand over to Benjamin Payne to resume his part of the race. Jonathan Mee rolling slowly down the pit lane. I think they've discovered a bit of a problem with that car. We saw it was smoky, and he may be opting to go back to the paddock. Yes, he is. So we won't see anything further from pole sitter and previous race leader, Jonathan Mee.
And Michael Rawlings is still out on track in car 34, comes past the start-finish line for the 11th time. There's Michael Rawlings, and he's got a gap of over 8 seconds ahead of Jack Wright in the 64 Porsche. He's really extended that lead, and he's got the fastest, his fastest lap is 1:55. And if you want to know who set the fastest lap of the race, that was Jonathan Mee, 1:54. You just heard he's now retired from the race.
Into the pit lane now comes David Zagchevsky, so he will get his 2-minute mandatory pit stop completed, and from there it's going to be a case of getting back out onto circuit as quickly as possible and start ticking off the laps. The next car into the pit lane is Nathan McPhail, so Nathan has come in to serve his 2-minute pit stop. The times are now coming in to confirm pit stops. Andy Burton spent 2 minutes and 11 seconds in the pit lane, so 11 seconds longer than he had to, but he was definitely the right side. It's much better to give up 11 seconds in the pit lane than cut it too short and then have a 1-lap penalty looming over your head. Being pushed back out into the fast lane is the Mazda 2 of now Benjamin Payne, and that is in the rules. If you are wanting to drive into your pit spot, you can do it parallel and then carry on, or you can drive in at a 45-degree angle. You have to be pushed back, you can't use reverse gear. We were just seeing David Zagchevsky's car being worked on in the pit lane. The front bumper, I thought it was hanging low, it's now been ripped off. The towing eye has been put back in to stay within the regulations, but that will continue onto the circuit, minus the front bumper. Just spotted Wayne Cockrell, he's closing in on Alistair Easom as well, isn't he?
And he's got pressure being applied by Stuart Smith in his Honda Civic from FJ Racing. It's right on his tail as they went down past the start-finish line. The battle on for 18th, 19th and 20th positions. The Ford Fiesta of Evans in 37, Wayne Cockrell in the red and white Celica 21, and then the Honda Civic of Stuart Smith, car 25, who has just received a penalty of 5 seconds. So Stuart Smith may not know that, but he has just overtaken Wayne Cockrell into the Shell Oils hairpin, so the black and orange Honda Civic ahead. Now Stuart Smith ahead of Wayne Cockrell for 19th position has changed. Now Stuart Smith will be eyeing up car 37 all the time, as looming large in David Evans's mirrors now is Stuart Smith in that black and orange Honda Civic, who has now just received a 5-second penalty for track limits.
Nathan McPhail returns to the circuit. In terms of pit times, what are we looking at? So for John Middleton, he was safe with a 2-minute 7.590. Unfortunately for Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici, they were the best part of 14 seconds quicker than they needed to be. A 1-minute 46.044 in the pit lane, so they have been too quick. Wayne Cockrell is safe on a 2-minute 2:28.287. Tommy Valentine is safe on a 2-minute 2.609. We've also just seen Jack Spooner, pardon me, over the line. Jack Spooner on a 2-minute 8.324. So they've been safe. Wayne Cockrell now late on the brakes, dives up the inside of Alistair Easom. They are still being hunted down by the cars behind. Now into the pit lane we get Rob Adams to hand over to Martin Adams, the father and son partnership. They've been racing for a long while indeed. In towards Redgate Corner, in towards Old Hall, pardon me, go Wayne Cockrell, having got in front of Alistair Easom. They're still both being hunted down by the number 25 Honda Civic of Stuart Smith.
Yeah, into Cascades they went. It's very close indeed. Wayne Cockrell has got ahead though. It's Wayne Cockrell who gets ahead of the MX-5. So Wayne Cockrell doing well in that Toyota Celica. He is ahead of the number 83 Fletcher and Langston MX-5 as they went into Cascades. Leaving the pit lane now is number 64 Jack Wright, Porsche 944. He leaves the pits having only lost one position from second down to third. This is Jack Wright. Still waiting for Jordan Honeybone, the Renault Clear number 44, to come into the pits. As Michael Rawlings is currently in the pits, that's the race leader, is currently in the pits after 13 laps, with just over 18 minutes of this 45-minute race remaining on the clock.
Luke Reed comes in to hand over to Chris Reed in the 141 Mini Cooper. Returning to the circuit now goes the Semprini Racing Ford Fiesta of David Evans. We have another update on times. Everybody seems to be safe. What a brilliant stop it was from David Zakachevsky. He completed his pit stop in 2 minutes, 0.232 of a second. So that is perfect, literally 2/10 longer than he needed to spend in the pit lane. That's exactly where you need to be. So very well done to David Zakachevsky for the most efficient pit stop. Now heading out onto circuit is Rob Adams. We'll double check the time once they come back around, but Michael Rawlings still sat stationary in the pit lane chatting to the team, and Michael Rawlings chatting to Jason Hollyhead, because Jason's now taken over. Alistair Easom still soaking up the pressure from Stuart Smith, and Stuart Smith is desperate to get past Alistair Easom, but in all of that, that's allowing Wayne Cockrell to run away up the road. And now heading out onto circuit goes Jason Hollyhead behind the wheel of the BMW E36. Michael Rawlings has done everything he can. It's now over to Jason to bring it home.
Yeah, so Wayne Cockrell has Stuart Smith right on his tailpipe. That's Wayne Cockrell in the red and white Toyota Celica in 15th position. Stuart Smith in 16th position, is right behind him in that Honda Civic. Not that. There's only 1.5 second gap, I think, went across the line a few moments ago, as the current leader is Jordan Honeybone, who has now just dived into the pits. Will be one of the last cars to pit in that Renault Clio, the white and green Renault Clio of Jordan Honeybone. The Apple Car Centre sponsored car is in for the Honeybone pairing.
Got an issue as well. Tommy Valentine has come back into the pit lane. That car looks like it lost all power. So Tommy Valentine is just crawling into the pit lane. I spotted Alistair Easom was fighting away with Wayne Cockrell, and Alistair Easom is in the silver Mazda MX-5 that's all over his tail, and then behind that is the Honda Civic of Stuart Smith. Alistair Easom's yet to pit, so he's in this fight, and he doesn't need to be, because in theory he's still a lap ahead of these two, as he's not opted for the pit lane as of yet. Sarah Hobson now arrives into the pit lane. The bonnet is up for the Hills Motorsport MX-5 of Ethan Lundy, and I don't know whether that car has just spent a little longer than expected in the pit lane, maybe as they're nursing some sort of mechanical issue, but the race is becoming somewhat attritional. If we've got an issue for Rowan Lundy, and we may have an issue as well for Tommy Valentine as he crawls down the pit lane and, what you should imagine, into retirement.
Yeah, and as they went up Clay Hill, there was a slight touching between Martin Adams in the number 3 MX-5 and the number 25 FJ Racing Stuart Smith driven Honda Civic, the black and orange one, as they were racing behind Wayne Cockrell, and so keen were they to overtake each other. I'm afraid.
So Wayne Cockrell, it looked like he went down through the gearbox, picked the wrong gear or whatever it was. Something has gone wrong and it's terminal. That car has pulled off on the inside of the old hall, so it's immediately covered by yellow flags, but because of the location of the car, drivers are being warned to go very slowly out the pit lane. It hasn't quite managed to cover pit exit, but Wayne Cockrell, that's all she wrote, I'm afraid, and he was having a good race. It's just this weekend is not meant to be. Issues with the car yesterday, been managing them today. He couldn't quite manage the extra 45 minutes that Wayne was asking.
Yeah, as over the line comes David Jałkowski in car 41, who's currently in 5th position. His fastest lap is 1 minute 56, and his most recent lap 1 minute 58. So he went into the yellow flags. He's up into 5th position. Jack Wright's down to 6th place after the pit stops there. The 49.44 that was running in 2nd place now into 6th position. Sarah Hobson is currently in the pits in her Toyota Celica, the yellow vehicle is in the pits, and currently leading the race after those pit stops is Jordan Honeybone in the green and white Apple Car Centre Renault Clio.
Yeah, fabulous stop, Jordan Honeybone. We'll wait for him to come through so we can confirm the time spent in the pit lane. Drivers approaching the yellow flag zone at Old Hall, so everyone will be behaving. Jordan Honeybone just picking his way through the Hislop chicane and then into the very quick right at Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill. He will go. David Zakrzewski, what of his inroads? He's now up into 5th place, and you've got to think David Zakrzewski, he started at the very front of the grid alongside Jonathan Mee, and clearly just not the start he wanted. Dropped down the order, took a minute for him to get that car onto, I think, up to speed and then up to temperature. Now returning to the circuit is Alistair Easom. It's going to be close on the exit, you know, because all of a sudden Rob Adams arrives and the battle for Class D resumes. Stuart Smith has managed to get through in the FJ Racing Honda Civic Type R, but Alistair Easom has come out exactly where he went in, and that was just in front of Rob Adams.
And now Michael Rawlings takes the lead. He is now leads the race. Jack, is that because he's had a because Jordan had a penalty?
Jordan Honeybone had gone through and broken the start-finish line beam coming into the pit lane, so it had another lap to refresh. But you're right, he has picked up a 1-lap penalty for being too quick in the pit stop. I'll try and find the time. Yes, 1 minute 59.511, so he's half a second too quick, and that half a second gives you a lap penalty. You're either the right side or the wrong side of 2 minutes. Unfortunately, it was the wrong side, and a 1-lap penalty. We've also got penalties being dished out elsewhere. We already know of Stuart Smith's 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. We've already mentioned the Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici Renault Clio 182. Stephen Gilbert's behind the wheel. They've got a 1-lap penalty for a quick stop, and another 1-lap penalty has now been dished out. That's for car number 83, the Echo Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark II. Mike Fletcher and Alex Langston have been given a 1-lap penalty for being too quick in the pit lane.
So coming across the line now is Sarah Hobson in her Toyota Celica. She laps car 23, a Ford Fiesta driven by the silver Ford Fiesta driven by Joel Middleton, overtaken by Sarah Hobson, lapped, went over the line, and we have a lot of traffic going through Druids and towards Lodge. There is the Apple Car Centre, number 44, Renault Clio, that has unfortunately lost a whole lap due to a penalty. And he is got right up his tailpipe. The car number 34, driven by Michael Rawlings. So Michael Rawlings, the overall leader.
Not anymore, that was a battle for the lead.
Now been overtaken by the Apple Car Centre, car number 41 of car number 44 of Jordan Honeybone has just overtaken car number 34. So we have a new race leader, car number 44, Jordan Honeybone, the Apple Car Centre car. Renault Clio is now in the lead and starting to stretch away as they go along Lakeside. But of course, car 44 will be demoted due to a short pit stop, and so will lose a whole lap. So it won't really matter to the driver of car 34, Michael Rawlings, who's led this race almost to the start. He doesn't mind so much that the Renault Clio of number 44 of Jordan Honeybone has taken the lead, but he won't keep the lead to the end of the race.
It's bittersweet, isn't it, for Jordan Honeybone? He's clearly got race-leading pace, but just being slightly too quick in the pit lane, and that was all it was, half a second. So it's much better to give up 2 seconds than try and gain half a second, and then all of a sudden slapped with a 1-lap penalty. And then that puts an end to your race. Sarah Hobson is doing what she can to close in on Tommy Valentine, and at the moment she's doing so successfully. 1.2 seconds gained on that previous lap from Sarah Hobson. That's the battle for the final step on the C-Class podium, 7th and 8th overall, but Sarah Hobson goes through and posts a 2-minute 1.6. Tommy Valentine goes through and posts a 2-minute 2.8, so we could still see a change for the final step on the podium in Class C. Further down the order, we do have George Wright closing in on the number 77 Clio 182 of Stephen Gilbert, but again, that's an overtake that doesn't really need to happen, as that car has got a 1-lap penalty, the Gilbert and Baldici paired Clio 182. Back over the line goes Jordan Honeybone. He's pulled away massively from Michael Rawlings and Jason Hollyhead. Jason Hollyhead behind the wheel, but Jason doesn't need to push for this because he knows, or may know, that Jordan Honeybone has that 1-minute penalty. David Zakchevsky will now in theory be promoted up into 2nd place, so a brilliant comeback drive from him, and I was hoping that Rob Adams will close in a little bit onto Alistair Easom and start to fight away over the lead in Class D, but it just seems that that gap has opened up over the previous couple of laps.
Yeah, so once Jordan Honeybone has had his penalty, then it will be Michael Rawlings who will be leading Jason Hollyhead in the BMW E36, and that's actually interesting because that's a Class C car, so the Class C leader will win overall, and then David Czarkowski will be the winner of Class B, where to finish now with another 8 minutes left. And then Luke Reed is 2nd in Class B, 3rd overall in the black and white Mini Cooper. Jack Wright in the Porsche 944 that was going very quick earlier on is now down into 5th position, but is 3rd overall, 3rd in Class B. 6th overall is Nathan McPhail in the Honda Civic. However, he will be 2nd in Class C, and then the battle that Jack was describing between the 155 Ford Fiesta and Sarah Hobson in the yellow Toyota Celica continues with the 3rd step of the podium and the 7th place overall.
Yeah, Sarah Hobson, after some brilliant results last year, will be looking to follow up with the same successes this year in Class C. We wait for Tommy Valentine to appear out of the final corner, undoubtedly with Sarah Hobson in tow. Over Hilltop and on the brakes in towards Hislops goes the 141 Wolf Motorsport Mini Cooper of Chris Reed. He's managed to work his way through and past the Porsche 944 of Matty Allett. We saw Matty take over from Jack Wright earlier on in the race. Jordan Honeybone dives up the inside of not only Stuart Smith but Alistair Easom as well, and that's another battle overall. Stuart Smith, albeit with a 5-second time penalty, will try and get in front of Alistair Easom for not only the position overall, but to then try and extend away 5 seconds to hold on to it. And what Rob Adams will be hoping for is that they start to battle so he can close in and then try and take the lead of Class D away. Stuart Smith has managed to get in front of Alistair Easom, but he's now got 5 seconds to try and make up if he wants to remain where he is and keep the position on circuit in which he has. Jordan Honeybone continues to run around and lap incredibly quickly, 1 minute 58.6, lapping quicker than anybody else out on circuit, aside from one other car, and that is the Christopher Reed Mini Cooper, similar pace to what we saw at Oulton Park.
Yeah, so Stuart Smith in the black and orange Honda Civic there overtook Adams in the silver Mazda MX-5, and it's quite an important overtake in the form of Jordan Honeybone overtaking this pair of cars, because that will ensure that when the one-lap penalty is added by lapping these two cars, that will ensure that Jordan Honeybone in the green and white Renault Clio will actually be in the top 10 and be finishing in the 9th position currently.
So over the line goes Tommy Valentine and Sarah Hobson. They continue to battle away as they close in. Alistair Easom has really started to fall away from Stuart Smith in the FJ Racing Honda Civic Type R as they pick their way through Druids. We'll await the arrival of Rob Adams, who is undoubtedly pushing on. Michael Rawlings is now closing in, not Michael Rawlings, pardon me, Jason Hollyhead, as Jason has taken over from Michael. And so Jason Hollyhead is now closing in on those cars that we've been keeping such a close eye on, Alistair Easom and Stuart Smith. Jordan Honeybone over the line to tick another lap in the book, and he's just continuing to chip away at those cars up the road that he wants to get that extra lap on. He's still got a lot of time to make up if he wants to get through and past not only Sarah Hobson and Tommy Valentine. I think Nathan McPhail will just be that little bit too far away, but if Jordan Honeybone continues this rate of closure, he could be on for a 7th place finish once post-race penalties have been applied.
And David Czarkowski in the white, blue and red BMW E36, the large saloon, is currently in 3rd overall, but will of course inherit 2nd position as they continue on lap 19. And Czarkowski quick, he's posting 1 minute 58 laps each and every time, which is 2 seconds quicker than Jason Holyhead in the BMW E36, who's up the road, but he's got 9 seconds to find, so Czarkowski will be unable to take the race win. And Jason Holyhead's lead is quite comfortable, even though the Renault Clio of Honeybone is further up the road, currently in front on track.
David Zakrzewski has got 13.3 seconds to make up over the next, 4.5 minutes, so I think it's too little too late from David Zakrzewski. We are still getting the black and white warning flag for a number of drivers just for exceeding track limits. This time it goes the way of Ethan Lundy in the number 8 Hills Motorsport Mazda MX-5. Back over the line goes Tommy Valentine and Sarah Hobson. They run along the avenue and then towards Cascade. Sarah Hobson to the eye is getting closer. It's again just a matter of time of how close can Sarah Hobson get. As for Rob Adams, he's caught in a brilliant battle with the car behind. That is the number 60 Mazda MX-5 of Borum Motorsport, in theory from the same stable. So Borum Motorsport Midlands and Rob Adams, Borum Motorsport of Chris Stone are together. That's now Rob Adams, having looked hopeful for the lead in Class D, is now trying to defend the 2nd step of the podium. And then behind those, you've got the recently warned about track limits, Ethan Lundy. So you've got 4 Mazda MX-5 populating the top 4 in Class D, and 3 of them are fighting over the final 2 steps of the podium. And I've got a feeling, yes, Ethan Lundy has just managed to get through and past that of Chris Stone. Yes, he has. So now Rob Adams needs to go on the defence, because there's a rather rapid Ethan Lundy closing in.
Yeah, Ethan Lundy and Chris Stone currently in 12th and 13th position, and as Jack said, Ethan Lundy has overtaken Chris Stone going into Deers Leap and over the start-finish line, and now head down into Cascades. That pair, they are ahead of, they will be second, but that is that battle between Lundy and Stone is the battle for the 3rd step of the Class D podium, and ahead of them is Rob Adams in the number 3 MX-5 as well. So that trio of Mazda MX-5s is the battle for 2nd and 3rd on the Class D podium. Class D currently being led by car 16 of Alistair Eason in another Mazda MX-5. So the top 4 steps of the podium for Class D are all going to be MX-5s. As they go into the Britain's hairpin now, chicane now, you've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that class, all going together. Rob Adams in front, ahead of Ethan Lundy, and then Chris Stone, as now Ethan Lundy has a run on Rob Adams and got in front briefly, but Ethan Lundy has to go abort that effort and go along the escape road, which sends him into 3rd in that class, and it means that in the end Rob Adams keeps the 2nd position in the Class D, and in 3rd position in that class is still Chris Lundy, and it means that, it's still Chris Stone, and Ethan Lundy loses a position trying to make that move.
Yeah, after looking for 2nd place in class, just too late on the brakes in towards Hislops, couldn't get the car slowed down, escape road beckoned, and that's now dropped him back into 4th in class. All of that hard work is undone for Chris Stone, so he's now got to close back in onto the coattails of Ethan Lundy and then back onto Rob Adams. As for Jordan Honeybone, is continuing to lap quicker than anybody. He's just set that car's overall, he's just set that car's personal fastest lap of the race. Late on the brakes and up the inside of for Ethan Lundy. Manages to get back in front of Chris Stone once again. But Chris Stone tries to fight back. Rob Adams is watching this all unfold in his rearview mirror and trying to figure out where to go. Ethan Lundy all over the grass manages to hold off Chris Stone. That was rather tense indeed. So now Ethan Lundy back on the coattails of Rob Adams, and he's trying to get second place in Class D. Gets a brilliant run coming out of Cascades along Lakeside. Ethan Lundy has got much more speed and momentum in a straight line. Ethan Lundy, second place in Class D for him now, up into 11th place overall. Jordan Honeyburn, as I said, has set the personal fastest lap of the race for that car, 1 minute 56.522, still lapping quicker than all of the cars around him. But Rob Adams, he's not only got to worry about trying to re-attack Ethan Lundy, he's also got to worry about defending from Chris Stone.
Yeah, so Ethan Lundy in the maroon with the light blue striped MX-5 now takes second position in Class D, ahead of, behind there, the other all maroon MX-5. That is Rob Adams, who is long time second in Class D, is now third, and in fourth in Class D continues to be Chris Stone in the black and green MX-5 as the leader comes across the finish line and will win. It is a win for Jordan Honeybone, who's first across the line, but unfortunately, as we predicted, he's been demoted to 8th position due to having a too shorter pit stop by half a second. So Jordan Honeybone will end up in 8th position. So the actual winner has come across the line. It's Michael Rawlings who takes victory, having finished second across the line. He wins car 34, Michael Rawlings, from David Chowkeski in car 41, who will be second and wins Class B. Second in Class B, third overall will be Luke Reed in car 141, the black and white Mini Cooper. And Nathan McPhail, who is fourth overall and second in Class C. That is Honda Civic, the green one. Then the car number 64 of Jack Wright, the Porsche 944 S2 that was second for the first half of the race but finishes fifth overall in car 64 and will be third in Class B. Third in Class C and sixth overall will be car 155 in the hands of Tommy Valentine. That is the first of the Ford Fiestas in the contest. In seventh position overall, fourth in Class C, is Sarah Hobson in the first of the Toyota Celica, that was the yellow one. Then we had in 8th position overall, having had a penalty, and fourth in Class B is car 44, driven by Jordan Honeybone, Apple Car Centre. He was, of course, first across the line and would have won, albeit if he'd stayed in the pits for an extra half a second and provided an excellent race, but he is being demoted to 8th overall. 9th then is number 16, the first of the MX-5s, driven by Alistair Easom. 10th is the number 25 of Stuart Smith, the second of the MX-5s, and Stuart Smith will be the Class D winner. And 10th over, Charles Easom is the Class D winner. Stuart Smith is 10th overall and 5th in Class B. Robert Adams, who provided a great race for the MX-5s, crosses the line in 11th position in front of Chris Stone in the end, and will therefore finish second in Class D. Third in Class D will be car number 60, driven by Chris Stone. The black and green Mazda MX-5 is third in Class D. Ethan Lundy, in the end, finishes fourth in Class D after a great fight between Robert Adams, Chris Stone and Ethan Lundy. It was Ethan Lundy who missed out on the podium. He is 13th overall and fourth in Class D. The winner of Class G is car 283, finishing in 14th position. Car 283 will win Class G, driven by Chris Stone. That was a Honda Civic that he was at the wheel of. That is the top 13 positions. And so the win goes to Michael Rawlings and Jordan Holyhead win in their BMW E36. So congratulations to all connected to car 34.
Matt's ringing me. I'm like, what's up? He's like, roof's come up. I'm like, go on about.
So down here in the collecting area post-race, I will jump in and grab a word with Michael Rawlings. Michael, yeah, the start of the race looked rather busy, and then all of a sudden, was there fluid out the back of the Lotus or something? We saw a couple of drivers getting slightly sideways, and you were hunting him down, but also trying to fend off Jack Wright and Matthew Allen.
Well, to be honest, the chap in the Lotus, he was pulling away. There's nothing you could have done about that. He just got some clear legs on the car. But yeah, I think something is smoking through shell, and then I took the opportunity. I seen which way he was going, and then just carried on. I think Jack in the Porsche, I think he might have just hit some oil off the Lotus and went off a little bit. I think I seen the oil hit the curb or something. But yeah, we managed to keep on, and then Jason brought it home, so happy days.
And how important is the pit stops? We saw a couple of drivers getting slightly too short, a couple of drivers getting very, very short on the pit stop, but it's easier to give away 2 seconds than it is to gain half a second, and you seem to nail it and then hand the car over to Jason, and that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've learned a lot over the years with pit stops and running them short, and yeah, it's a bit of an art, to be fair. If you've got a little time in the car and you can just bang it on 2 minutes, and then yeah, you just have to be really careful. And yeah, we seem to nail it this time, so happy days. Yeah, very way home, so happy days. Jace hasn't raced for a bit, so it's his first race in about 4 years. So good team effort. Happy days.
Very well done.
All right, thank you.
Now we'll jump in. We'll jump in and grab a word with Jack, if we can grab Jack, and then we'll also grab Matty Allen. Jack, start of the race again, very, very busy, but you were keeping the BMW honest.
Yeah, this blue 944 loves to just get off the line. You know, we saw that at Branson, we got a good start there. It was a bit tricky at the start because the BMW had to fill the car with fuel, so we're coming out a little bit out the filler cap, so it made it a bit slidey. And then obviously the Lotus went pop, and when he'd blown up, he was going slow, so I had to dive on one of the big sausage curves, sent me off flying a little bit, but got back on again. But then we've had the bad fuel surge with the car. It was even doing it on my stint towards the end, and Matty had it for the full stint, so he did well to get it back, because it was not very nice. It was around every right-hand corner, so yeah, good though, very good.
And you and Matty really seem to have some chemistry. You're just quick as a pair whenever you get in anything. Matty, how did you drive around the issue?
Kept going, really. I had no choice. Jack told me quite early on that it was fuel surging, so I just thought, well, I'm going to have to just go for it and hope for the best. Keep it on black and bring it home.
Right.
That's what we did.
Very well done to you both.
Thank you very much.
And then we'll try and grab a word with David Sekchevsky, and we saw his car have an issue. It did start with a bumper, unfortunately it didn't end. We'll grab a word with David, we'll grab a word with David. Your car it had some active sort of weight reduction throughout that race, didn't it?
2 and 1. I turned in for 2 and 1, and yeah, there was no grip at all. So a bit of off-lane grass tracking, and then I was just on it. Then we pulled in a pit. I didn't realise after the bump actually wasn't that bad, but come for the pit stop, we just decided to get rid of it, just David come off on the track and do somebody else's race. But yeah, she does well. The old girl does what it is.
It was brilliant to watch because it was a real comeback drive through the order.
Oh yeah, I mean, I actually seen her head. That was it. I was off at 2 and 1, and I thought this is it now. It's just the full send move, and just absolutely sent it.
Very well done.
Oh, thank you very much.
So we've had a word with our top 3 in Class B. In the meantime, we're about to go racing once again. It's race number 2 for the Miata Trophy Championship on the way. Onto the third step of the podium, please. Car number 64, Team Air Supply, Jack Wright and Matty Allett. Onto the third step of the podium, there we'll go. Making sure Jack Wright has the right trophy. Will allow the media to get their photos. Onto the second step of the podium, please. Car number 141 from Wolf Motorsport, Chris and Luke Reed. So on to the second step of the podium for the Reeds. They'll pick up the trophies, allow the media to take their photos. And on to the top step of the podium, please, your Class B winner, David Takchevsky. And that is your Class B podium in the MSVT Trackday Trophy.
Sponsored by Michelin.
Yeah, we'll call it right now. We haven't got the other drivers.
Your overall top off. Yeah, your overalls down. So you know what to do with it.
I think it's Brad trying to whisper so they don't hear what he's saying about him. Very sly man. Probably no signal though.
car number 82, Michael Nibbs, is on board. And then in third is last year's Miata Trophy champion from 2024. In car number 1 is John Langridge. He also won here last year. Oliver Allwood is in car number 63. He won a bait of races in this championship last year. And then in third is Declan Lee, who has placed in multiple races this season already in car number 12 in the dark green MX-5. Number 93 is Jack Brewer. He's 6th overall on the grid. Number 7, 7th is number 64, Kamal Kelsey. And then Will Morris is in car number 17 and 8th on the grid. In 9th is Aidan Hills in car number 8. And James Cossins, who won at Oulton Park at the end of July, is in car number 24. He's 10th on the grid and was very close second in the race earlier today and has already been on the podium 3 times already this season. In 11th is car number 88, Rowan Lundy on board. And then in 12th is car 10, Tyler McAlpine. On row 7 then is Max Brown in car number 36, alongside car number 7, Alex Miller. On row 8 is Nick Stott in car 4, and number 25, Will Powell, is in 16th position. Moving on to row 9, it is Alistair Easom in car 16 on 17th, alongside number 13, James Ball, who qualified with a time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. On row 10 is car number 76, Neil Bullen, alongside Simon Fleet in car 55. On row 11 is car number 66, Jack Hargreaves, and car 77, David Newick. Towards the rear of the grid on row 12 is Mark Stepney in car 33, with Ben Taylor in car 84. At the rear is number 87, Robin Yao, and 128, Andrew Phillips, in the Class MC, the 3rd edition of MX-5. There are 3 of those competing, cars 87, Robin Yao, car 128, Andrew Phillips, and car 81, Ben Julian, will take up at the back row of the grid. These 27 Miatas then are making their way through Deers Leap, heading up towards the start-finish line, and are beginning to form a grid ahead of our 4th race of the day, and it is the next round, the round 10 of the Miata Trophy of Great Britain. It was due off around about 10 minutes ago. It was delayed due to a MX-5 Miata actually being recovered earlier after our previous race on today's programme. Miata, it comes from the Japanese word Jimba Atai, meaning horse and rider in perfect harmony, which was the original design plan and inspiration when the original MX-5 was designed. And Miata is actually Old High German for reward, and so was the word used to advertise the original MX-5 in Canada and North America. And Miata is the word that the MX-5 was, instead of the original MX-5 was known as the MX-5 Miata when marketed in the United States and Canada. So all 27 Miata MX-5s have lined up on the grid. 24 of those are Mark IVs, 3 of them Mark IIIs, and in a few moments' time, the lights will show red and then they'll go out, and round 10 will be underway.
Green flag waved at the tail end of the order. Kamal Kelsey with the 5-second grid penalty, lining up in 7th place. Red lights go on as the red lights go out, which they hold for a long time. Now they go out. It's a good start from Drew Fletcher on pole position, but I think the best of the starts goes the way of Michael Nibbs, who's lining up in 2nd place. He will have the outside. 3 right on the run in towards turn 1. It's Ollie Allwood, John Langridge and Declan Lee, but Michael Nibbs manages to take the lead as they run down the avenue for the first time. Then it's Ollie Allwood and Drew Fletcher side by side for 2nd place, followed by Declan Lee. John Langridge, last season's champion, with a poor start. That just drops him down a little bit through the order. Carl's bouncing over the curbs. What a brilliant start it was from Michael Nibbs. He's already started to run away. Ollie Allwood has managed to pick up 2nd place. Declan Lee in hot pursuit. Behind that is Drew Fletcher, who started on pole position. He's under pressure from Jack Brewer as they head along Lakeside. They tap the brakes, flick the car in, but Michael Nibbs running away in the lead.
And And James Cossins is in 7th position as Declan Lee and Ollie Allwood battle it for 2nd place. 4th position is car 93, Jack Brewer in 4th place. And James Cossins on the outside of Aidan Hill, who's already run multiple races this year in the series. He's moved down to up to about 7th position of James Cossins on his outside. That's the blue and orange car, as the leader continues to be Drew Fletcher in car 26. So they head on down from Hilltop, and it is Ollie Atwood all over the race leader. Declan Lee then in 3rd in the green car is doing particularly well, with Jack Brewer also up there in the top 4. So they head into Hislops for the first time. Quite a few cars further down the order locking up and just about braking in time, but they've all kept all 4 wheels on the black stuff as they head out of Knickerbrook. Up Clay Hill they run, and the leader continues to be Drew Fletcher in car 26, who made a very good start indeed. He's being chased all the time now and being caught at this stage by Ollie Atwood, who's doing really well. As Jack said, John Langridge was the one that missed out on the first corner. Declan Lee, though, holds on to 3rd position, and Jack Brewer is all over his tail, and there's a real battle heating up now for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position as James Cossins in car 24 is up there to the 6th position, and in 7th and Aidan Hill.
Yeah, so Michael Nibbs will come across the line leading the way after a brilliant start. Drew Fletcher has dropped right the way down the order. Is he even going to be inside the top 10? Michael Nibbs and Ollie Allwood through turn 1, absolutely nose to tail. There was almost contact between the pair of them. Then it's Declan Lee and Jack Brewer. Following on from there, we saw big lockups from Simon Fleet and that of Alex Miller on the run in towards Hislops last time through. Ollie Allwood looking to the inside of Michael Nibbs for the race lead. He's almost there at the exit of Cascades, but Michael Nibbs holds firm in the lead for now. Ollie Allwood follows suit. Declan Lee sat there in 3rd place. 4th place, it's anyone's guess. Jack Brewer really fighting away with that of Will Morris as they run towards Lakeside and the Shell Oils hairpin once again. And Will Morris did indeed manage to get in front of Jack Brewer. Ollie Allwood trying the outside line through Shell Oils, decides for a later turn in just to block off Declan Lee by the time they got to the apex. James Cossins is pushing on as well, and don't rule out Aidan Hill's race 1 winner. He's now starting to close in on his Hills Motorsport teammates.
Yeah, Aidan Hill's in 7th and goes over the curbs then on the outside of Ollie Allwood as they come through Britain's chicane, and back towards Hilltop they run, and Ollie Allwood is right on the tail of the James Cossins for 4th position, and it is Michael Nibbs who leads the way. Ollie Allwood in 2nd position. Declan Lee very much up there in the green Miata. The black one, that is Will Morris, who's moved up to 4th position from 5th. Jack Brewer demoted to 5th place, and a bit of sand is picked up by Jack Brewer there as they go back up the hill. Cossins is doing very well with Hill as well as they go up Clay Hill this time, but Michael Nibbs has just hold on to the lead as Ollie Allwood goes up the inside. Ollie Allwood is the new race leader, so Ollie Allwood takes the lead in car 63.
So Ollie Allwood to the lead. Michael Nibbs will try and fight his way back, but in turn Declan Lee gets a bit of help to push past Michael Nibbs. So Declan Lee up to 2nd place, and then it's going to be Will Morris on the inside of Michael Nibbs. Behind Michael Nibbs is James Cossins, and we could see Michael Nibbs go from the race lead right the way down to 5th place in the space of a couple of corners. So Ollie Allwood goes over the line leading the way, followed by Declan Lee, Will Morris. James Cossins does indeed get into 4th place. Michael Nibbs now down into 5th. Aidan Hills is in 6th place. John Langridge in 7th. It's Jack Brewer in 8th place, and then it's anyone's guess further back from there. Drew Fletcher, with a poor start, finds himself in 11th place, but he's now keeping tabs on those cars up the road. Fastest lap of the race was set last time through. That was by the number 10 of Tyler McAlpin, a 2-minute 1.561, so it proves that mid-pack is starting to close in on the leaders.
Will Morris then comes upside Declan Lee for 2nd position. Will Morris looked like he had the speed as he went into Cascades. He goes into Island Bend. He takes 2nd place now. So Will Morris in the black MX-5 is now into 2nd. Ollie Allwood still leads. Declan Lee is in 3rd. And now coming up on the inside, that's James Cossins, who's going to try and take Declan Lee there. And it's very tight indeed as they enter through the Shell Oils hairpin. So the leader is Ollie Allwood. Then into 2nd position is Will Morris. Up into 3rd now. He keeps the move. And James Cossins is into 3rd position. Declan Lee demoted to 4th, and into 5th position, Michael Nibbs.
What a brilliant advert this is for the championship. Such close racing up and down the order. Aidan Hill's in the background now trying to work his way through and past Michael Nibbs. That will put him up into 5th place, and just about getting there at least at the apex for Aidan Hills, but Michael Nibbs fights back and manages to hold on to 5th place for now. Aidan Hills once again reopens the door on the run in towards Knickerbrook, has to fall back to single file. It's going to be the run up Clay Hill and up back towards Druids once again. Aidan Hills with the blue fronted car. He's going to have a little look to the inside, you should imagine. He can't wait around too long as he's got John Langridge for company behind him. He's starting to close in on this lead group. For Michael Nibbs, he holds on to that apex and manages to hold on to the position at least for now, but once again Aidan Hills looks to the inside. Movement up at the front however as James Cossins dives to the inside of Will Morris. Almost contact between the pair of them, but Ollie Allwood holds on to the lead. Will Morris runs wide all the way through the grass and beyond the curb, and we could see James Cossins up into second place. They come towards the line absolutely side by side, but Ollie Allwood will lead the field in towards Old Hall once again. James Cossins is good for second place. Will Morris demoted down to third. Declan Lee remains in fourth place. Back from there it's Aidan Hills followed by Michael Nibbs. John Langridge has managed to get through and in front of Jack Brewer.
Yes, that's the top 8 as Ollie Allwood hangs on to the lead, but James Cossins is right on his coattails as they go in to Cascade. Then in third position is Will Morris in the black MX-5. Declan Lee is then in fourth in the green MX-5, and they are the leading 4 as James Cossins now tries to get a run into Island Bend. He's got the inside line on the leader. James Cossins upside. Can he make this stick? Well, James Cossins in the blue and white. The rainbow livery of car 63 is Ollie Allwood as they go into the Shallow Hills hairpin, and it is still Ollie Allwood who has the lead from number 24 who goes onto the grass. That is James Cossins, who won at Oulton Park back in July. Declan Lee has moved up into third position and made it one position on Aidan Hill, so it is now a new leader. Will Morris takes the lead in car 17. He did the best of that as they went through Britain's down Hilltop they go and towards Knickerbrook, and it is now Will Morris who leads in car 17. The black MX-5 has the advantage. Ollie Allwood is in second. There's a right battle on between Aidan Hill on the outside and James Cossins on the inside. James Cossins into third, Aidan Hill into fourth position. Then in fifth is Michael Nibbs, and promoted all the way to seventh position is Declan Lee.
Declan Lee, a ball out from him, couldn't quite hook it up together. Of course, the penalty in race 1 for exceeding track limits. He'll try and keep it within the white lines. We've still got 12 minutes of this brilliant battle to go. So Ollie Allwood, having dropped into second place, is now trying to fight back once again onto Will Morris. James Cossins in third place. He's now under pressure from Aidan Hills. We saw these two fighting away all race long in race number 1. Aidan Hills late on the brakes, dives to the inside, but James Cossins can carry the momentum around the outside, keeps it within the track limits, and Aidan Hills has to fight back once again. Up and over Dealeave they will go. I've got a feeling Aidan Hills with the inside and the superior momentum by the time they arrive at Redgate. We could see Aidan Hills through and past James Cossins. They're absolutely side by side. This could all swing the way of Michael Nibbs. He's watching on, and now we're 3 wide as we go across the avenue. Michael Nibbs wanders his way on towards the grass, but manages to get the car back pointing straight once again. So Will Morris leads from Ollie Allwood. In all that battling behind, it's allowing the top 2 to run away.
Yeah, and they run away by 0.8 of a second now to 1.2 on that lap, so 1.2 second advantage for the leading pair as James Cossins is in third, and then Aidan Hill in fourth, being overtaken by Declan Lee into Island Bend, and Declan Lee moves up to fifth position as there is a battle on for the lead. Number 17, the black MX-5, Will Morris ahead of Ollie Allwood. Then it is James Cossins ahead of Aidan Hill, as Aidan Hill in the car number 8 with the more blue on the livery is trying to go up the inside and may well have just managed to make it stick. Not quite. James Cossins continues in third through Britain's. They all go slightly wide over the green curves, and it is James Cossins as now number 8, Aidan Hill, the championship leader, heads over Hilltop and is going to try to go around the outside, but it's very unlikely to stick here as James Cossins keeps hold. And car 24, James Cossins keeps hold of third position, but up the inside through the Hislop chicane and through Knickerbrook they go, and it is still Cossins ahead of Hill. Then Declan Lee still in fifth position at this stage. It's very close indeed for sixth, seventh and eighth position between Nibbs, Langridge and Jack Brewer, as Declan Lee has made up a position on both Michael Nibbs. It is Nibbs, Langridge and Brewer for 6th, 7th and 8th.
Declan Lee fired his way into shot, cutting across the grass on the run through Hislops. Ollie Allwood looking to the outside on the run towards Lodge Corner, but the favourable line will go the way of Will Morris. Can Ollie Allwood look to cut back under and carry the momentum on towards a start-finish straight? Maybe so, but Will Morris wise to the move, places the car in the middle of the road. James Cossins all over the grass on the exit of Lodge Corner. That will allow Aidan Hills through, so Will Morris leads from Ollie Allwood. Then it's going to be Aidan Hills, and is it going to be James Cossins or Declan Lee side by side on the run through Old Hall corner. They head onto the avenue, and Aidan Hills continues on in third place, now followed by Declan Lee and James Cossins. John Langridge is still fighting away with Michael Nibs. Jack Brewer is involved, and I think Tyler McAlpin has slowly started to close in on those cars up the road as well.
Yeah, and making a move there, Ollie Allwood is trying to get past Will Morris, and they went alongside each other as they went down Cascades, and that was very close indeed. Declan Lee, though, is up to third position after that off for Cossins, who went a costly wide error into a Deer Leap. And so it is Declan Lee who has made massive advantage of that, as the order is now Ollie Allwood, Will Morris, then Aidan Hill, then Declan Lee, and then James Cossins.
Yeah, James Cossins now looking to the inside of Declan Lee, and it will be the inside initially. Declan Lee nails the curb at the first part of Britain's. James Cossins fires his way to the inside, but has that done any damage to the car of Declan Lee? He's got a bit of damage on the rear of that car. He immediately comes over to try and follow the draft of James Cossins, but also defend from reigning champion John Langridge. John Langridge has got to worry about Michael Nibs, who is worrying about Jack Brewer. Tyler McAlpin sideways into shot in the background. Tyler really pushing on behind the wheel of the number 10, predominantly black and day-glow flashes. As they climb up Clay Hill, James Cossins still looking to run away from Declan Lee in his newly acquired third place. Back to the front, however, Ollie Allwood and Will Morris, they're working as a pair, albeit Aidan Hills is still there in third place. James Cossins now back into fourth place. Declan Lee is in fifth, but it's all eyes on the front.
Aidan Hills trying to reduce that gap, and there's no way that gap is 2 seconds now. It's very close indeed between Ollie Allwood and Aidan Hills. They come back towards the start-finish line, and it's a much reduced lead, and Aidan Hills is going to try and go for the lead as they go across the start-finish line. It is still Will Morris with the lead. He's taken the lead back, so Will Morris leads from Ollie Allwood and then Aidan Hill. There's a gap then to, in fourth position, James Cossins, who's regained fourth from Declan Lee, who's now been demoted to fifth. James Langridge is then in sixth position. That's the leading six. They go into Cascades, and will Ollie Allwood keep hold of this lead? It is Will Morris, though, out in front. Will Morris got back at Ollie Allwood as going through down the avenue, and it is Will Morris who leads the way. Then Ollie Allwood into second position, and Aidan Hill is waiting as they go down Lakeside for his moment to try and pass them both.
So still with 7 minutes remaining on the clock, plenty of time for the order to continue to shuffle, but Will Morris in the lead has more or less left Ollie Allwood to try and defend from Aidan Hills, and that might just be the way to go, because if Ollie Allwood gets caught up in defending from Aidan Hills, he should just allow Will Morris to extend that lead margin. James Cossins with a bit of damage to a heat shield by the looks of it in fourth place, trying to close in on the lead trio. Declan Lee and John Langridge jump over the curbs into Britain's as a pair. Now Aidan Hills gets a brilliant run coming out the Britain chicane. Over Hilltop he will go. Nice clean move through and past Ollie Allwood. The next target for him will be Will Morris in the number 17 Hills Motorsport machine. I feel like we've seen this before. Hills Motorsport 1-2.
Absolutely, it had 1, 2, 3 and 4 in this round and the last 3 rounds in fact, and it is Will Morris who leads the way. Ollie Allwood in second, and then Aidan Hills is close to third position, very much so. But James Cossins, well, that battle's been going on. It's been costly for the leading two, because James Cossins has now closed the gap right up onto fourth position. There's then a little bit of a gap open up to Declan Lee in fifth, where he's been most of the time in the green MX-5. He's still ahead of John Langridge, who continues to be in sixth, ahead of Michael Nibs in seventh position, and then Jack Brewer in the multicoloured livery, ahead of Tyler McAlpine in number 10 in the all-black.
So out to the final corner come the lead trio. It's dangerously close to becoming a lead quartet, because you've got Will Morris leading from Aidan Hills, Ollie Allwood and James Cossins. James Cossins has really started to bridge that gap. Declan Lee is now somewhat leading the mid-pack, as John Langridge is still on his coattails, but he's more occupied with Michael Nibs. Jack Brewer and Tyler McAlpin still sat there behind. Tyler McAlpin has had a good race up until this point, currently up into 9th place, but still pushing on. There's a track limits warning flag going out for car number 8, that being Aidan Hills, so he's clearly been pushing on. He wants the lead, but he's got to be careful. Go over track limits one more time, and there'll be a penalty looming large over the championship leader. On the brakes in towards the Shell Oils hairpin. Can Aidan Hills have a look? No. Decides to defend from Ollie Allwood into the pit lane. Unfortunately, we've lost one of the Ball and Motorsport cars. That is the number 66 of Jack Hargraves. Door opens. Marshall runs over to have a word. Running up the pit lane is Jude Worley, I think, to go and have a chat to figure out exactly what's wrong. But Will Morris at the front is trying to run away from Aidan Hills, but it's well and truly fought for the lead.
It certainly is, and it looks like John Langridge has overtaken Declan Lee for 5th position. And there's a battle all the time there. Yeah, John Langridge ahead of Declan Lee for 5th place, ahead of Michael Nibbs. Sorry, now, in fact, in 5th position is actually Jack Brewer ahead of Michael Nibbs. So a battle there, but it has not gone the way of Declan Lee. Instead, John Langridge in car 1 has moved up to 5th position ahead of Declan Lee. And then behind those is Jack Brewer, and it is a gap opening up between McAlpine and Brewer for 8th position.
Aidan Hills sat there in 2nd place. He's already got the fastest lap of the race against his name. Declan Lee loses out to John Langridge as they go through Druids. It was a look back up the inside from Declan Lee to try and hold on to that position, but it's just not quite going to work for him. He might lose out to Michael Nibbs as well, but so late on the brakes, gets all locked up. Declan Lee does manage to get the car slowed down at the apex. There's contact between Michael Nibbs and John Langridge as they try to work together, and Declan Lee gets back in front of the pair of them. This has brought Jack Brewer into the mix now, so Jack Brewer will work his way through and past Michael Nibbs. He will then close in onto John Langridge. Tyler McAlpin will be watching this all unfold in front of him, trying to figure out exactly how he's going to get through that order. The mid-pack is closer than ever. Drew Fletcher fighting away with the rest of the top 20. But for now, Will Morris at the front, far from safe, still with 3¼ minutes of the race to go. Aidan Hills in 2nd place has somewhat left Ollie Allwood an extra car length behind now, so he can focus that little bit more onto trying to attain that race lead. James Cossins, he's fallen away a little bit, wouldn't you say, James?
Yeah, well, the gap between the leading 3 is 0.2 a par, but with James Cossins it's 0.4, so there's a little bit more of a gap there, but nothing significant. Declan Lee 4 seconds behind, so I don't need to worry about that. The top 4 I've driven well clear now, and it is still Will Morris who leads the way as they go through Britons, and it is Aidan Hills who's just waiting for his moment, but I'm sure Ollie Allwood will choose his moment whenever Aidan Hills decides to overtake and hopefully get past them both. In 4th position is the orange wing mirrors of James Cossins as the battle continues for 5th between Declan Lee and John Langridge and further down the field. There's also a battle in the mid-division as well, going into Knickebrook, with cars 7 and 88 involved in that battle for 12th position. Cars 7 and 88 we have competing here. Further down the order for 12th place, that is likes
Rowan Lundy, Alex Miller and Kamal Kelsey
having their own battle as we have a new leader coming through. Will Morris has been overtaken by Aidan Hill, who's bidding to have an 8th win of the season here, as we only have 1 minute 40 on the clock, and we're going into the last lap now as they come across the start-finish line again. And it is Will Morris who's right on the coattails, right on the rear bumper now of Aidan Hill, and there's a gap then to James Cossins, who's promoted himself up to 3rd position, and Ollie Allwood's the one that's lost out on that lap, down to 4th place as they head into Cascades for the final time.
They do indeed. The clock continues to tick down. It's just the run to the line for Aidan Hills. He's managed to put a couple of car lengths between himself and Will Morris. James Cossins, having got in front of Ollie Allwood, is now starting to assert his attentions onto getting through and past Will Morris, almost turning in from the grass on the run in towards Lakeside and then towards the Shell Oils hairpin. But James Cossins has got to be careful not to push too hard here, because Ollie Allwood will be ready to pick up the pieces further down the order. Exactly what happened between Declan Lee, Jack Brewer and John Langridge now all comes to a head. Declan Lee too late on the brakes, locks the inside front, and Declan Lee, he washes wide, so Jack Brewer now inherits what is going to be 5th place. Then it's Declan Lee falling down into 6th. John Langridge still watching on in what is 7th place. Michael Nibbs sat there in 8th. And then it's going to be
McAlpine in 9th.
Yeah, Tyler McAlpin sat there in 9th place. Aidan Hills continues to lead as they head in towards Hislops for the final time and through Knickebrook. Declan Lee trying to make up the position he lost on Jack Brewer after the earlier mistake up at the Shell Oils hairpin. But they're running out of time and they're running out of corners as they head through Knickebrook for the final time and then back up towards Druids.
Absolutely, and Aidan Hills has got a 5-second penalty for track limits, which is going to promote Will Morris to the lead of the race when they come past the finish line for the final time. So it is Will Morris and Aidan Hills having this battle on track, but Aidan Hills will have a 5-second penalty added to his time in the light blue MX-5. And second then is Will Morris in the black car that's eventually going to get the win, and moving up into 3rd position James Cossins ahead of Ollie Allwood as they now come towards the checkered flag, and they're going to be given the checkered flag there, but it is a track limits penalty for Will Morris. Sorry, for Hills, and that means that Will Morris will be the winner. So Will Morris wins. James Cossins is second, his third second of the season after winning at Donington, and his second twice in a day for James Cossins. But Will Morris has his first win of 2025 in this championship. Ollie Allwood is third, his third podium of the season, and then Aidan Hills is demoted to fourth place, even though he was first to receive the checkered flag. Behind those was Jack Brewer in fifth position in the yellow multicoloured car. Then came Declan Lee in the green Miata in sixth place. John Langridge, last year's champion, in seventh. And then Michael Nibbs, pole sitter, was in eighth, ahead of Tyler McAlpine, who also received a penalty and was demoted to demoted to ninth. And then in 10th position was car 36. That is the top 10 then for the round 10 of the Miata Trophy of Great Britain. And the winner this time was Will Morris. James Cossins was second, but it was Hills Motorsport who locked out the top two, but they couldn't lock out all the top four because they had 4 of the top 5, in fact 5 of the top 6. But it was Ollie Allwood for AB Motorsport who got the third step of the podium.
I was going to go in on him in the last corner, so I didn't know it was the last lap. Yeah, I didn't see it coming either. Yeah. Good on, Will. Good on, James.
Down here in the paddock with Will Morris. Will, I mean, I was watching you change places. I think you spent a lot of the race in first, second, third, fourth and fifth place. There was lots of shuffling. How do you get to the front?
It was, yeah, lots of shuffling. It was a redemption, I think, from race 1 as well. Had a bit of a gearbox issue. Opening lap, yeah, just had a couple, and then just sort of lap by lap, corner by corner, one after another. Me and Ollie had a good battle. There was a big gap, so I thought maybe we'd just be able to go, but I could see Aidan coming. So it was time to sort of move up, try and get in the front, and just sort of get away, but couldn't. I mean, Aidan's so quick. But he had the time penalty, of course, so...
Is this now sort of the pace that we saw at Brands Hatch at the end of last year? Is this coming back, and are we expecting a Will Morris podium for the rest of the season?
I'm hoping so. We've got a few issues that we've sorted now, and yeah, we've had a podium at Donington, so a bit of confidence. I think race 1 we could have had one, maybe a few issues, but yeah, hopefully this one keeps continuing into Cadwell.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Best of luck for Cadwell.
Cheers. Thank you.
So a quick word with Will Morris. We'll grab James Cossins again. If we can grab James, we'll get you in front of your car, James. I mean, you can't really complain. 2 second places in a day. I'm sure you'd have loved 2 first, but it's that ever elusive win that it's there, but it isn't.
Yeah, had the pace to win that. Unfortunately, got driven on the grass by quite a few people out there today, which obviously is not fun. But managed to get back past them and continued shooting forwards towards the lead. I saw Will having a scrap with Aidan and Ollie. That looked pretty fun. Wanted to be a part of it. I was just away for a few laps, and before I knew it, I looked down and it was 18 minutes on that timer. Only a couple of laps to go. So have you got any spare panels? I've been battered around that race, but it was cool. It was great fun. Really had a good time. I don't even know what happened. I think 10th to something, back down to something, and then up again. It's hard work. I burnt some calories doing that, and congrats to Will. Great drive, great defending. And of course, Ollie drove pretty fast out there too, and I hope Aidan's alright. I think he might have got a track limit penalty, but water under the bridge for him. He'll still bounce back as normal.
Well, it's brilliant to watch and a big stack of points. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
So a quick word with James Cossins. Now we'll try and find Ollie Allwood. He's over here, so we'll have to go for a bit of a walk. Ollie, can we grab you for a word? We'll get you in front of your car so we can show off your sponsors if we can get Ollie over here. He's chatting with Aidan Hills now. We need to grab Ollie. It might have looked for a while that was going to be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or maybe even the win. And I mean, the 3rd at the end, even if we added on, I think 5 more laps, you'd have still all shuffled around.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I feel like I should have won it, given Aidan's penalty. But in all honesty, I kind of didn't drive a great race, so a little bit disappointed really. But one of those things, podium's better than nothing, isn't it? So yeah, I'll take it.
And you're always up there. Is this now a bit more momentum that goes in your back pocket, and you're going to try and use that at Cadwell?
Yeah, hopefully. Cadwell's another tough place to go, a bit like Oulton here. So it rewards bravery and patience all in the same go. So I'm looking forward to it. It should be good. We won there before, so we'll have another go.
Well, we look forward to it. Well done, and make your way over to the podium.
Cheers, thanks.
Quick word with Ollie Allwood. We'll now just make sure we've got Will Morris. If we can get James as well, we'll get you over to the podium. We'll get Will over to the podium. I've told Ollie to come to the podium, but he's not listening to me. If we can get Ollie over to the podium. Everybody's coming. James Cossins rehydrating after it's only got warmer throughout today as well, so it's something that drivers obviously will have to be aware of, but we can work our way in reverse order through the podium, just making sure that Mandy, the championship coordinator, has finished redressing the podium, being careful that trophies don't fall over in the wind, as it is rather gusty here at Oulton Park today. So Mandy ready to receive the drivers. Onto the 3rd step of the podium, please. 3rd place in race number 2 of the day, Ollie Allwood.
Yeah.
So trophy in hand, onto the 3rd step, and photos taken by the media. 2nd place once again, this time in race number 2, James Cossins. Very well done to James. 2nd place trophy in hand. And as we very quickly redress the podium, onto the top step of the podium, please, from Hills Motorsport, your winner, Will Morris. So media taking their final photos. Everybody up onto the top step with their new silverware, and that is your trophy for that is your podium for race number 2 in the Miata Trophy, before they move on to Cadwell on the 6th of September to take part in 2 further races. But that is Miata Trophy podium complete. We now go into a very brief afternoon break of around about 15 minutes before we go racing for the final time today, and it's a special one. It's the MSVT Trackday Trophy celebration race, celebrating their 100th race, which we saw earlier on today. Welcome back, everybody, for the final time today to Oulton Park. And this time it's the MSVT Trackday Trophy celebration race, celebrating 100 races since its inception. So if we multiply 45 by 100, naturally we end up with 4,500 minutes. Break that down from there into hours, and we're looking at around about 75 hours, maybe just a little bit more, in MSVT Trackday Trophy racing completed. It caters for production and production-based saloon, hatchbacks and sports cars, and we're in for a treat here, I think, James, because not only have we got the standard Trackday Trophy cars, we've got the Trackday Championship cars, and as a special one-off, we've allowed the Miata Trophy entrance in as well. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it should be really good. Obviously all the cars that have raced so far today are eligible to race in this race, and that's why I've got a 32 car strong grid, which is really exciting, and it'll be fascinating to see how the MSVR Trophy and Championship cars compare with the MX-5 Miata Trophy cars, because they should have very similar times, and imagine the Miata Trophy cars maybe even quicker than some of the MSVR Trackday Trophy cars.
Yeah, so we'll run through the grid. David Zakchevsky lines up on pole position. Alongside him will be Michael Rawlings. He will hand over to Jason Hollyhead later on in the race. Ray Honeybone lines up alongside the first of the Wrights. They've got an interesting little pairing in this race. More on that in a moment's time. George Wright will line up alongside Ray Honeybone. Chris Reed will line up alongside the treble 7, that being Lee Mabbott to start the Toyota Celica, to hand over to Ashley Parsons later on in the race. Matthew Allett will hand over to Matthew Allett lines up in 7th place. He has Stuart Smith alongside. On to row 5 of the grid, we've got Declan Lee and John Lyne. Row 6, Sarah Hobson has got Wayne Cockrell for company, 11th and 12th. On row 7 of the grid, it's Tommy Valentine and Kamal Kelsey. And on to row 8, Alex Miller lines up alongside the number 4, which will be started by Nicholas Stott. He will hand over to Daniel Parron-Smith throughout the race. Car number 245, should it be here, I didn't spot it in the assembly area, will be James Hart. He will hand over to Phil Hart in that Honda Civic, but we've seen that car with issues throughout the day. Car number 3, Martin Adams lines up alongside. He will hand over to son Rob later on in the race. Simon Fleet, although again another car we didn't spot in the assembly area, he will hand over to Michael Coomber throughout the race. Alongside them is Robin Yao. It's then the Worleys, car number 20, that being started by Ray Worley. He will hand over to Jude Worley, so she can take the car to the checkered flag. We get the second of the Wrights. It's going to be Jack Wright that lines up on row 11. Row 12 of the grid, Andy Burton and Stephen Arant. On row 13 of the grid, it's Stephen Gilbert and Matt Baldici. Alongside them is Chris Stone. On to row 14 of the grid, it's car number 83, that being Mike Fletcher and Alex Langston. Alongside them is Mark Stepney. Ben Julian lines up in 29th place alongside Jordan Malarkey. And on the 16th and final row of the grid, it's car number 15. That will be John Lyne. He will hand over to Amy Allen at the midway point in the race. And car number 116, that's the 2 Racing UK car, started by Benjamin Payne, and will be handed over to Colin Rybridger towards the latter stages of the race. You may have noticed we've got the Wrights father and son pairing. George Wright will start the Volkswagen Golf on the 2nd row of the grid. Jack Wright will start the Citroen Saxo on the 11th row of the grid. They are both sharing 2 cars. So what will happen, they'll try and pit as close together as possible, swap cars and go back out there. It's not very often you see that, James.
Absolutely not, particularly with 2 different cars, because we've got George Wright starting off in a Golf, and then when they come into the pits, they'll change into a Saxo, and Jack Wright will jump in. Jack Wright's been slightly quicker in the races earlier on today, so it'll be interesting to see how Jack goes in a Citroen Saxo, because of course he put his best times earlier on today in the Golf GTI, as the cars are now going to line up on the grid, and you've got a eclectic mix of 32 cars here. You have David Charakaski, who was second earlier on today, in race 3, is now on pole position for this contest, alongside Michael Rawlings, who of course won the Trackday Trophy race, with David Charakaski second in that race. So those positions are reversed, but it'll be interesting to see if Charakaski can keep Rawlings behind him for very long in this contest. The lights are about to go red, and we are very soon going to go racing here. For the final time today, it is the MSV Trackday Trophy celebration race. 32 cars have now lined up on the grid, and the lights will shortly be turned on.
So green flag waved, 5-second board held aloft, the red lights go on. Who's going to get the best of starts? Revs rise as the lights go out. It's an even start from the front row, but a good start also from George Wright in the Volkswagen Golf. Gets a good phase 1. Phase 2 doesn't quite go his way, but immediately into the lead and trying to pull away now is Michael Rawlings. Late on the brakes is David Zakchevsky as they dive to the inside. So it's a BMW 1-2, and it's a very populated Old Hall corner. A couple of cars running wide, but everybody continues on, and somehow we've got to try and pick between them as they all arrive at Cascades at the same time.
Yeah, he's certainly doing. Looks like Michael Rawlings has already got the race lead, so he won earlier on, and Michael Rawlings is now your leader as George Wright has moved up into 4th position. So George Wright moves up into 4th position, and Sarah Hobson has moved into 5th place, having started in about 12th position in the yellow and white Toyota Sleek, and she's now trying to overtake George Wright for 4th position, as it is Michael Rawlings in car 34, who is right up there, just ahead of David Charakowski in car 41.
Yeah, Lee Mabbott in that Toyota Celica up into what is 5th place. George Wright got a good start, lost the rear of the car, I think due to lack of rear temperature down in towards Cascades. He was up into 3rd, but then Ray Honeybone managed to sneak his way through on the run along Lakeside, over the crest, back down in towards Hislops, and is late on the brakes for Michael Rawlings. He will try and run away from the car of David Zakchevsky, and of course we saw David get a poor start earlier on. This time he nails the start. The first of the Miata Trophy cars is Declan Lee. He's trying to carve his way through the order as well. He started in 9th place. I think he's picked up a couple on the opening lap of the race. Everybody's just trying to find their feet, as it's a long race, another 45-minute race, and for some of these cars this could be the 3rd 45-minute race that they've taken part in today.
Absolutely, and it's a unique opportunity for the Miata Trophy drivers, because they usually have 20-minute races. This 45-minute race will be longer than their 2 races put together this weekend, so a great opportunity for them as the field come through Lodge Corner and head towards Druids already. And they've got George Wright in 4th position. Right up beside him is the car number 777 with my Lee Mabbott, the Toyota Sleeker in the white and yellow. As coming across the line already is Jordan Honeybone, who's moved up into 3rd position, as it is Michael Rawlings who leads the way. So Michael Rawlings from David Charakowski, Jordan Honeybone is in 3rd, and then in 4th position is car 46 of George Wright, the silver and yellow GTI. Is going onto the grass. There was the blue Porsche 944.
Yeah, it was going to be Matthew Allett, who was trying to dive up the inside of Declan Lee, but just carried a bit too much speed in, so Declan Lee remains where he was. The Tyler Motorsport Renault Clio manages to get through, so too does Wayne Cockrell, so too does Tommy Valentine, but Matthew Allett now looking to the inside of Tommy Valentine. It's not going to work. All the way around the outside goes Alex Miller in one of the Miata Trophy cars that we've got joining us. Sarah Hobson is watching that all unfold in front of her. Declan Lee, he's got a very busy rear view mirror, and for Declan, I know he's done a lot of Mazda MX-5 racing. I'm pretty sure he's only done MX-5 racing. Let's see what he can do in some multi-class racing.
Yeah, so Declan Lee sits in 7th position in the green MX-5. He has directly behind him, he has Lee Mabbott in the 777 Toyota Celica right behind him, and in between, and then behind those is the car 64, the Porsche that was came off at the Avenue earlier on the lap, as the field come through Hislops and into Knickerbrook right now as the leaders come back towards Lodge.
They do indeed. Back up the hill go the rest of the field, but leading the way Michael Rawlings will just want to extend the margin as best as possible. Wayne Cockrell coming under pressure now from Tommy Valentine on the run up the hill. The turbocharged Ford Fiesta ST250, well, ST240 pardon me, will try and go around the outside of Wayne Cockrell. I don't think that's going to work. Backing over the line comes Michael Rawlings and David Zakchevsky. Declan Lee will be so glad he's not part of what's going on in his rearview mirror. There was a bit of contact, I think, between Alex Miller and Wayne Cockrell. There's a bit of bodywork flailing off the tail end of Wayne Cockrell's car. That might just grab the attentions of the stewards as to make sure that that car is brought into the pit lane, and that bodywork poses no further threat to anybody around him. Alex Miller defending from Wayne Cockrell, who's also trying to defend from Matthew Allett, who's having a go around the outside. The bodywork still flailing off the back of Wayne Cockrell's car. Tommy Valentine will see all this unfolding in front of him. It's all getting very close, and that's the battle for effectively 7th backwards. Well, it would be 7th, but Declan Lee's starting to run away up the road, so everyone's fighting over 8th place.
Yeah, and ahead of those is Lee Mabbott in the Toyota Celica, who's moved up to 4th position, having overtaken George Wright in the silver Volkswagen Golf GTI on the previous lap, and Chris Reed demoted to 6th position in the 141 black and white Mini Cooper. Then comes Declan Lee, obviously in 7th position, and then this battle for 8th as they go through Shell Oil's hairpin between, first of all, car number 71, driven by John Lynn, one of the first. John Lynn in the Renault Clio 197. Then we have 155, the Ford Fiesta ST, currently in 9th position as they now head back over Hilltop, as now this battle between Lee Mabbott and George Wright continues for 4th position as they go back up Clay Hill, and hot on their tails is Chris Reed in the Mini Cooper.
It is indeed Chris Reed pushing on now and wanting to close in onto the VW Golf of George Wright as they head through Druids once more, and that Mini has got plenty of racing pedigree, being ran by Wolf Motorsport and Frank Frostick at Donington Park. That car was going very well indeed, and unfortunately we did see the Harts take to the circuit. James Hart behind the wheel, but unfortunately he will play no further part in this race. That's at the Britain chicane. It looks like maybe just an issue with that car once again, so that area will be covered by yellow flags. We may yet see a safety car. George Wright closing in onto the car of Lee Mabbott. However, for Alex Miller, he continues to carve his way through the order. He's just managed to work his way through and past the Clio 197, number 71 machine. So that race continues on the brakes in towards turn 1. Sarah Hobson does the same. Later on the brakes, manages to get to the apex first. This is all being watched by Stuart Smith in that Honda Civic Type R, still with the novice cross on the back. He's going brilliantly well if this is still one of his first 6 races.
And Tommy Valentine managed to get past Declan Lee on the inside as they went into Old Hall on that lap, so the position of 7th has gone the way of Tommy Valentine in his Ford Fiesta ST, ahead of the Mazda MX-5 of Declan Lee, who's demoted to 8th position, ahead of Thomas Miller then, who still sits in 9th. We have a black and orange flag for car number 21, the car of Wayne Cockrell. The Toyota Celica has a black and orange flag. So the field continue to race around the track. The leaders heading through Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill already. These continue to be Michael Rawlings in the BMW E36, ahead of David Jarakaski, also in a BMW E36. They then have Jordan Honeybone in the Renault Clio in the Apple Car Centre livery. Of course, he was demoted to 8th position in the Trackday Trophy race earlier on, having finished first across the line. So he'll be willing to try and win this race, and he's only about 5 seconds off the lead overall. Lee Mabbott then continues in the number 777 Toyota Celica in the white and yellow car, ahead of George Wright in the Volkswagen Golf GTI, then Chris Reed in the black and white Mini Cooper, and then comes Tommy Valentine in the Ford Fiesta ST, ahead of Declan Lee in the green Mazda MX-5, and then behind those is Miller and Cockrell for 9th and 10th position.
Yeah, Wayne Cockrell this time by will see that black and orange mechanical warning flag. Maybe just letting him know about that bodywork that he could be unaware of. Alex Miller, as you say, has got in front of Declan Lee now, so that's a little Miata Trophy battle that we're watching effectively. Wayne Cockrell flicks his way in towards turn 1. Sarah Hobson hot on his heels. It's a very congested turn 1, as turning in now is Nico Stott. He will have a rear view mirror full of Matthew Allett, who isn't quite as quick in a straight line by the looks of it as they go along the avenue as John Lyne, but John Lyne no cuts across the nose by the time they get to the right kink on the brakes down in towards Cascades. But Nico Stott has done a brilliant job to get that car in front of the 944 Series 2 and build out a gap in the early stages. There will still be yellow flags at the Britain chicane, but I think that James Hart has deposited that car far enough, at least off the racing surface, that they may not need to consider a safety car at this stage. Amy Allen back over the line in towards turn 1. Amy, I think, was due to share with John Lyne, but John has decided he wants to take part in this race in his Clio as well. So as that little pack works its way towards the Britain chicane in the yellow flag area, by way of our race leader Michael Rawlings, we've not really seen him, have we? Because he's just started to run away, but that lead's going to get cut down as we've gone to safety car.
Yeah, we've gone to safety car, unfortunately, with 35 minutes remaining on the clock. So that comes out of the pit lane now, and we'll pick them up down the avenue as the race leader, Michael Rawlings, comes across the start-finish line to complete the 5th lap of the race. So Michael Rawlings will pick up the safety car, then David Charakowski. I couldn't really see, well, I think I might have worked out why there was a mechanical warning flag for Wayne Cottrell, because there was a rather large piece of bodywork, like the rear diffuser of another car, that was trapped underneath that car. Then it seemed to flick itself off at Old Hall, and maybe it's deposited itself on the track. I'm not entirely sure why I have a safety car now.
No, it will be for the James Hart Honda Civic, I think, just due to its location. They tried to keep it green, but I think they're not 100% happy that that car is in a place of safety. Wayne Cockrell now comes into the pit lane. It is the right-hand side sill that has parted ways with the car. I think that was contact between himself and Alex Miller. But of course, this won't count towards his mandatory pit stop. He's still got to come back in. Are they going to rip the sill off? They give it a go. They try once, try twice, 3 times. It's not quite coming as of yet. There's like a cable almost holding it on. There you go. The sill comes away from the car, and Wayne Cockrell sent back out there without the sill. But the black and orange mechanical warning flag, it's not going to be part of his race anymore.
Absolutely, and Matthew Alliat was going really well in the Porsche 944 earlier before the safety car came out. He was put in a really good race. He made up some positions during the course of the last couple of laps. And obviously race times now slowed by the safety car. Hopefully they'll be able to move the Honda down at Britain's out of the way as they circulate through Britain's. The majority of the cars going around that part of the race track as they now leaders going over hilltop and led by Michael Rawlings, who's led this race all the way from the start. He took the race lead between Cascades and Lakeside at turn 2 of this contest, and then David Charakowski has been in 2nd position thereafter, which was the same running order as the previous MSVT Trackday Trophy race earlier on, except for Jordan Honeybourne was the race leader, but he lost it due to a too short a pit stop, and now Jordan Honeybourne is circulating in 3rd place, and this is really an advantage to Jordan Honeybourne because he now has that gap that was 8 seconds reduced to pretty much nothing.
Yeah, and that's where the hard work has gone. It's all of that time spent trying to push for Michael Rawlings. Obviously what he will want to do is hand the car over to Jason Holyhead with a handsome lead, but that handsome lead has, well and truly, as you say, just evaporated now back to David Zakrzewski. So David, if anything, the momentum now swings his way because Michael Rawlings now no longer has the lead, but he's got to hand over to Jason Holyhead without the lead, and Jason's getting in the car, maybe unaware to how the track has evolved since the last time he was out on circuit. David has got fresh knowledge of how the circuit has evolved through the days. More rubber has been put down, the sun continues to beam down, so the track temperature will rise, the safety car lights remain on, so we will see at least one further lap, but by the time the safety car comes back round again, we are going to be into the pit window, so we are going to have the opportunity for drivers to come into the pit lane, potentially under safety car conditions if the safety car remains out there. I have to say, fabulously impressed with Lee Mabbitt and Ashley Parsons in that Toyota Celica. They arrived this morning, or they arrived today as a guest entry. They were an amendment to the programme, and they've shown they've got the speed.
Absolutely. Lee Mabbitt, of course, in the white and yellow Toyota Celica that's already overtaken George Wright in the Volkswagen Golf. It'll be interesting to see when George Wright hands over to Jack Wright, and he'll be driving a different car, in fact, the Citroen Saxo, and Jack Wright just seems to have be slightly quicker during the course of the previous races, so it may be to their advantage that the safety cars come out for the guys involved at Team 46.
Yeah, they've got to, it's quite a strategic nightmare to try and get those cars in, albeit if they do pit at the safety car, I'd imagine they'll probably pit at the end of this lap because they know that they are somewhat together on the circuit. So drivers preparing. It seems like somebody's brought along a pro, a BRDC Rising Star. Try to pick out exactly who that is throughout this race. I can't quite tell by the overalls, but you should imagine, yeah, they've clearly got a little bit of coaching ready for today as the field and the safety car queue work their way through the Shell Oils hairpin. Simon Fleet is out there. I've just seen him flash through shot, so he will be handing over to Michael Cooper, or the other way around. We didn't get a starting driver for that car, unfortunately. But the CNC recovery units, they're ready to lift the car of James Hart, and that's never a good sign if it needs a lift. If you can tow it out of the wall and then push it to a relative place of safety, all is well, but if you're lifting the car, it's normally an indication of maybe something slightly more serious, stuck in gear or something of the likes. But with that recovery operation going on, I say we're going to get another safety car lap, which means the pit lane is going to get very busy indeed now the pit window has been open for 30 seconds.
Yeah, if the teams think there'll be another safety car lap, then they'll almost all dash into the pit lane. And, it'll be interesting to see if the safety car does stay out, but if the lights stay on, then the pit lane will become very full very, very quickly indeed. And the operation to change George Wright from one car, Jack Wright, to a Citroen Saxo will probably take place, I imagine, at the end of this lap. The question will be if any of these cars stay out to try and end up on a different strategy. We will find out shortly, as the field are all going through Druids and will shortly end up at Deer Leap fairly soon.
Yeah, safety car lights still on, which indicates we'll get one further lap behind the safety car. So once again, the MSVT Trackday Trophy celebration race, as you'd expect, runs off the same class structure, not only as the Trackday Trophy, but the Trackday Championship as well. So as for the Miata Trophy cars, they all fall into Class D, as they are all under or up to 125 brake horsepower per tonne. So the pit lane becomes very busy. Aside from the top two, Michael Rawlings stays out, so he's delaying his pit stop to Jason Hollyhead, and David Zakchevsky stays out, but that could be a really clever strategy play, because now everybody in the pit lane is shuffling and vying for various space as it gets very congested. What they can do is, I think they're banking on there being a further lap, so then they can come into a slightly emptier pit lane, have a nice clear view of where to park, and get back out there.
Certainly a gamble, because if they do get that car recovered, then they will have missed their 2-minute pit stop, whilst the track is a lot slower, because behind the safety car the lap times are significantly bigger. Indeed, the latest lap was 3 minutes 22, so as opposed to 2 minutes or thereabouts, so an extra minute and 22, which means your pit stop will only cost you 38 seconds rather than 2 minutes in effect. So it's quite a big gamble for the two race leaders. The two BMW E36s have stayed out on track, whilst the other 30 cars have all come into the pits.
George Wright strapping on the belts in what is his car, the Citroen Saxo, plugging in the radio as well so he can hear from the team, making sure the belts are over the HANS device as they should be, make sure the HANS device is as effective as possible in the unfortunate event it may be needed. Jack Wright gives the thumbs up to the camera, slides the window open, and a lot of the drivers we've heard from today have all said it is very, very warm. Don't let the breeze fool you, because it is still direct sunlight. It does warm the cockpit of the car. So the pit lane is still very busy indeed. We have a quick look down. We've got the car now of Ray Honeybone. So Jordan has jumped out. Jordan Honeybone will jump out. Ray Honeybone takes the car back out there, and he popped up into the commentary box very nicely, did Ray Honeybone, just to let us know that he'll be swapping around. And yeah, it's great to see Ray still racing. He's been racing for a number of years and has created a very fast son as well. Jordan Honeybone is very quick indeed, and it's great to see they're still out racing. The pit lane all of a sudden becomes very empty. Everybody comes in at once, everybody goes out at once. We need to keep an eye on pit stop times as well. So I'll just squeeze around here to see if we've got any penalties coming this way, but it's not a point scoring race. It is a bit of fun to celebrate the achievements of MSVT, but we do just need to keep an eye on what's going on now. The Hearts Racing Civic has just been taken behind the wall, which makes me think we are going to go racing this time, dependent on the location of the safety car.
Yeah, and by a miracle, all 30 cars managed to leave the pit lane almost together within about 30 seconds of each other, and they all did so safely, cleanly, which seemed like a minor miracle. They've now all left the pit lane, whilst the safety car is heading between Druids and Lodge, and has taken the lights are no longer illuminated on the safety car, which indicates the safety car will be pulling in very shortly indeed. Michael Rawlings stays out on track, and the race leader continues. Meanwhile, David Charakowski has gone into the pits, but we are back to green race.
We are indeed. So Michael Rawlings will continue on. Amy Allen continues on as well. She doesn't opt for the pit lane. She's yet to pit, but David Zakrzewski comes into the pit lane. So too does the Echo Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark II of Alex Langston. He will hand over to Mike Fletcher. The Mazda 2 of Benjamin Payne comes in to hand over to Colin Rybridger. And now we're waiting for the rest of the field all to arrive at Lodge Corner, because of course what they will do, they will see the green flags, but there's still potentially a limit on whether they can overtake, because they've got to wait until they get to the safety car control line, which is where the green flags are now being waved. Everyone appears. It is going to be Ray Honeybone that leads sort of the rest of the pack over the line. They're being hunted down by the Mini Cooper backed by Fox Motorsports, followed then by Tommy Valentine, and Jack Wright immediately on the pace. A huge look up the inside of Alex Miller in towards turn 1.
Yeah, Jack Wright goes up beside Alex Miller, but can't make the move stick as they go into Cascade. So can Jack Wright stay in front of, get him back in front of Alex Miller? He was temporarily in front of Alex Miller as they went down the avenue, but he couldn't make the move stick by the looks of things, as now Declan Lee has in front of him the Porsche 944 car 64 of Elliott. Matthew Elliott is just ahead of Declan Lee into Cascades, and there's now 3 cars going through Cascades very much together. Declan Lee, Matthew Elliott in fact overtaken by Declan Lee going down the avenue, and he's now trying to get past car number 4 of John Lynn. So that's what's going on down the order, but it's very hard to work out the exact order at the moment, since not all the cars have been in. Well, all the cars now be in the pits. So Matthew Rawlings is the only car, the race leader, to have not pitted. So will Rawlings be able to keep hold of his lead once he's been into the pit lane, which he's going to have to do fairly soon? Meanwhile, the Mini Cooper is off of Chris Reed. Car 141 is off at the Britain chicane, has been pushed behind the Arco barrier, and it's a great shame for the 6th place car, Chris Reed. This race looks like it's over.
Yeah, such a shame for the Wolf Motorsport team and Chris Reed, who's now got to wait until the end of the race at that section of circuit so he can watch along. Declan Lee under pressure from Matthew Allett. The Porsche 944 Series 2 has got the legs as they head over Clay Hill. Behind that is going to be Simon Fleet and or Michael Coomber, dependent on which driver started. Behind them is going to be Rob Adams. Jack Wright having got in front of what is now the car of Ray Honeybone. Jack Wright didn't wait around on that lap, did he? That was, what, 7 places gained. Granted, there's been some shuffling in terms of the pit stops, but Jack Wright has put that car in a fabulous position. He's now the leading car of the cars that have pitted. Naturally, we've still got the car of Michael Rawlings to come in, and dependent on where Jason Hollyhead comes out, we could see a battle for the lead between the BMW E36 and the Volkswagen Golf.
Yeah, and Jack Wright put in a 1:57.3, which was one of the fastest laps of the race. It was until Michael Rawlings has just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:55.5. The fastest lap of the race is unsurprisingly put in by the race leader, who continues to be racing more or less on his own at this stage. Car 34 well ahead of the rest of the field as he comes over the start-finish line now, and he's yet to pit, so he has quite an advantage over the rest of the field. But it'll be interesting to have 2 minutes and 11 seconds, which is currently just over a lap, and he's obviously going to come in the pits for 2 minutes, so can he keep 11-second advantage over the Honda Civic car 15, who currently sits in 2nd position, car 15, driven by Amy Allen.
Yeah, I think Amy Allen's somewhat out of the somewhat out of the loop in terms of the order, in terms of where we normally see her, but it's great to see Amy Allen up at the front, second in Class C. We'll see where she files out post pit stop, but she has just set the personal fastest lap of the race for that car, a 2 minutes 11.563. As for Michael Rawlings, over the line last time, a 1 minute 56.875, and the consistency is still there, just over a second off what we know he can do. Appearing into our sight over D-Elite now comes Jack Wright, on the brakes in towards turn 1, and flicks the car in towards Old Hall before we even look left and then see the arriving Ray Honeybone. So Ray has lost a little bit of time. He's being chased down now by Tommy Valentine, who has a penalty looming over his head for a short pit stop. It was literally half a tenth of a second, around about 0.05 of a second, but it was the wrong side of 2 minutes. And like we say, the penalties are rather draconian, and that will be a 1 lap penalty coming his way. But I know Ray, and he'll be pushing on as hard as he can. I do want to keep an eye also on Stuart Smith, because that Civic's been getting quicker and quicker throughout the day.
Absolutely, so a three-way battle now between Tommy Valentine, number 7, driven by Alex Miller in the Mazda MX-5, and then of course the 144 of Sarah Hobson, the Toyota Celica in the yellow and white. So a three-way battle there for 7th position between 144, 155, and stuck in the middle of that, car number 7, Alex Miller in the Mazda MX-5.
Into the pit lane now comes the race leader, Michael Rawlings. So Jason Hollyhead will be there ready and waiting. He's got helmet enhanced device already, very nicely placed by Onside Productions. We have the cameraman there to watch along with this pit stop. Michael Rawlings stumbles out of the car, and then it's over to Jason Hollyhead to get in. And Jason did say after the trophy race earlier on he would have rather have got in that little bit later. This race, his wish has come true, but of course now they're pitting whilst it's under green flag conditions, whereas we saw the Wrights pit under safety car conditions. We could see Jack Wright take the leader.
It seems very likely, since it's almost a 1 minute 15 seconds worse off for Michael Rawlings this pit stop, because behind the safety car it was taking about 3 minutes 20, and now we see Jack Wright is going to take the lead. So Jack Wright will cross over. Will Jack Wright take the lead, or has he got to do a whole lap before he'll take the lead? Or I think Jack Wright may well take the lead when Rawlings leaves this pit lane, because he cost him 2 minutes this pit stop. So interesting to see how that shakes through. Amy Allen has also come into the pit stop and into the pit lane, and there is a driver change there as well, Jack.
There is indeed. I think that's John Lyne getting behind the wheel, is it, as we have a look down. So I'm unsure as to which helmet is which. We'll have a look. I think that's Amy Allen getting out and John Lyne getting in. We'll try and confirm that for you in a few moments' time. Tommy Valentine went over the line a few moments ago with damage on the left rear of that car, and we know he was fighting away with Alex Miller and Ray Honeybone.
So there's a change of position. Matthew Alliott was just overtaken by Stuart Smith going into Old Hall Corner. So the Stuart Smith driven Mazda MX-5 car number 25 has moved up to 9th position ahead of Matthew Alliott, car 64, who's demoted to 10th.
Yeah, so Matty Alliott normally shares that car with Jack Wright. Over the line now comes George Wright in the Citroen Saxo VTS, loses a spot on the brakes to Matt Baldici, who has taken over the Renault Clio 182. Over the line we also see one of the NJM racing cars, that is the Mini Cooper, being run by Jamie Moore and co. And I think, yes, a thumbs up to the camera from Amy Allen, as John Lyne is ready to get behind the wheel and get that car's race back underway. Appearing into our view is the Worley's shared Mazda MX-5, Jude and Ray Worley. So they continue on the brakes in towards turn 1, and returning to the circuit is the Tyler Motorsport Honda Civic.
Yeah, and we're quite right. So Jack Wright has now taken the lead of the race. So Jack Wright ahead of Michael Rawlings after all those pit stops, and we have a car off, car 283, which was down in 17th position. The Honda Civic of 283, Chris Stone has come off at Lakeside, so it's a shame that Chris Stone has come off at Lakeside, but hopefully we won't need to have a safety car for that, because it is off the racing line on the left-hand side, on the inside of Cascades and go down the straight of Lakeside by the looks of things. That's 283, driven by Chris Stone, who is now running to jump over the Arco barrier.
Yeah, doing as the marshal insists and just get him out of the way as quickly as possible. And unfortunately for Chris Stone, yeah, he will play no further part in this race. Heading in towards turn 1 now is the number 4. It's Daniel Barron-Smith that's got behind the wheel. We've also got a battle starting at 2-4. This is between Jason Holyhead and the somewhat sister BMW.
But unfortunately, we've gone to safety car yet again. So due to Chris Stone's Honda Civic coming off between Cascades and along Lakeside, we go to safety car, which will mean that Jack Wright's lead will be locked in, although, say that, it will mean that Ray Honeybone will be right on his tail when they restart.
It does. We know that Jack Wright has got the pace over Ray Honeybone, but give Ray a little bit of time to sort of cool down, get the car back to its optimal temperature. We may just see Ray apply a bit of pressure onto Jack Wright in the Team Air Supply Volkswagen Golf. Alex Miller is in 3rd place. He will be put back into the clutches of Tommy Valentine, who I think still is labouring a little bit of damage on the Ford Fiesta ST240. Sarah Hobson still sat there in what is 5th place. Back over the line goes race leader Jack Wright, and it was just getting close, wasn't it? We saw David Zakchevsky really start to close in on Jason Holyhead. Dependent on when this safety car returns to the pit lane, we could see Jason Holyhead and David Zakchevsky pick up where they left off, nose to tail, fighting to the flag.
We certainly could, and it's not entirely sure how long we'll need a safety car for. The car 283 came off somewhere between Cascades and Lakeside, and interesting to see if we can identify if it is still on the track or not.
I think it was literally at the Shell Oil's hairpin at turning. But the only worry there is I don't think there's going to be a recovery vehicle exactly close by. It may be in the Island hairpin, which is used predominantly by the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. There may be a recovery unit in there somewhere. Of course, there was one down there for the car of James Hart in the Hart's Racing Honda Civic. So we get another camera angle in a few moments' time in towards Shell Oil's hairpin. There is Chris Stone's car. Yes, the barrier indicates it's just at the Shell Oil's hairpin. So the safety car, I say queue, the safety car trio go through, and then we've got to await the recovery, so we may still be under safety car conditions for the next couple of laps.
Yeah, because the marshal's now trying to push Chris Stone's car back. There's no obvious place to take that car, unless there's a gap in the Armco barrier nearby, which hopefully there is. Well, there is, so we might be able to have the safety car in fairly swiftly. The marshal can keep pushing this Honda Civic back out of the way down at the Shell Oil's hairpin. That's what we're waiting for. Chris Stone is now going to lend some assistance to the marshals as the leaders have all caught the safety car, which is now heading in towards Knickerbrook, and Jack Wright has right on his tail the MX-5 of, I think, Miller.
So as we look, that is the number 20 of Jude and Ray Worley. It'll be Jude Worley behind the wheel. Ray started that car. Behind them is the Tyler Motorsport Honda Civic. EM2, as we said earlier on, we don't see many of those. But a massive thank you to the marshals for all the work that they do and have done this weekend. It has been very hot, whilst there has been a breeze. It is still very warm out there. So a massive thank you for all your work throughout today. We simply wouldn't be able to go racing without you. And if you are interested in becoming a marshal, marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk, we would love to have you because you really are a massive cog in the machine that is motorsport. So it'd be great to see more of you. Safety car queue picks its way now through Lodge Corner and back towards Deer Leap, still with lights on, so that would indicate we are going to get one further lap at very minimum behind the safety car. The clock continues to tick down, 11 minutes just over of the race to go. Behind the safety car we're averaging around about 3-minute laps, so we could see at least from here an 8-minute sprint or maybe even a 5-minute sprint, and it will get very interesting indeed.
Certainly will, since Jude Worley, who's down in 23rd position, currently sits second behind the safety car, so that may add to the drama of this race when the restart does get underway. Hopefully those marshals have managed to push car 283 behind the barriers at the Shallow Hills hairpin at the end of Lakeside.
Yeah, I know that obviously there was the gap there that we saw Chris Stone run for. Let's hope it's wide enough for a Honda Civic. I doubt it is, because the MSV recovery unit is working its way along Lakeside now to pick up the car of Chris Stone. So that would, I think it's being chased effectively by the safety car queue, or is it just going to pick its way through the island hairpin? No, slowing down somewhat as they head through Lakeside, so the safety car queue will slow to a crawl for the safety of the recovery team and the marshals through that section of circuit. And of course we have also lost the Toyota Celica of Lee Mabbitt and Ashley Parsons. I think that's why we saw the recovery unit slow down, because we've got a couple of cars sat down there. I think the Lee Mabbitt and Ashley Parsons car is out the way. We saw the Chris Reed Mini Cooper deposit itself down there, and now Chris Stone, but it's just in a position where maybe another car could find it, so that's why we've got to get that car recovered. Marshall's doing brilliantly, raising the double yellow flags to inform all drivers that if they can't spot it, there is a marshal out there and quite near the racing surface. So recovery operation ongoing. The one-lap penalties have been dished out up and down the order. Tommy Valentine has got one, and he's in 4th place at the moment, so a one-lap penalty to be applied at the end of the race. David Zagchevsky with a one-lap penalty, so the battle between him and Jason Hollyhead won't mean much come the end of the race. Amy Allen has picked up a one-lap penalty as well, and Chris Stone, to put salt in the wound, upon his retirement, he has been awarded a one-lap penalty, which is such a shame. But the race continues on, the clock continues to tick down, and hopefully we will be able to get back under green flag conditions shortly, because I'd love to see the MSVT Trackday Trophy celebration race go out with a sprint to the line.
Absolutely. Let's have a look after the pit stops at the race order. So it is Jack Wright in car 46 who leads the way in the Volkswagen Golf with the silver and yellow. Then in second position is car 44, Ray Honeybone in the Renault Clio with the Apple Car Centre green and white livery. In third position is car 7, the Alex Miller driven Mazda MX-5, the 4th generation edition. Then in car 155 sits in 4th position Tommy Valentine in his Ford Fiesta ST. In 5th position is car 144, Sarah Hobson, the first of the Toyota Celicas. John Lyne is in the Renault Clio in car 71 in 6th place. Then Matthew Alliat in the Porsche 944, the blue Porsche, is in 7th position, car 64. In 8th position is car 25, as the safety car continues with his lights on and will be continuing for a further lap. In 8th position is car 25 of Stuart Smith in the MX-5. Stuart Smith won the Class D category of the MSVT Trackday Trophy earlier today. Declan Lee in his Mazda MX-5 is in 9th in car 12, the green MX-5, and then in 10th position in the red and white Toyota Celica is number 21, Wayne Cockerell's car, ahead of car number 3, in 11th position Martin Adams in the MX-5, and in 12th at this stage is car 55, ridden by Fleet and Comber in the 4th of the MX-5s in the top 12. So they are the top 12 of these 30 cars. About 28 of them are still out racing on track with 6.5 minutes left to race.
You can see Mandy, the MSVT Championship coordinator for the Miata Trophy, stood on the pit wall, and I'm sure, of course, this is breaking ground for her as well, because it's a 45-minute race, as you quite rightly said. It's more than double the time the Miata Trophies are normally out there on circuit, so they'll feel very different, because the drivers might not be used to a high fuel run unless they're pre-season testing or testing prior to a weekend. So I'm sure there's a lot of learning going on out there as well, which the MSVT Trackday Trophy and Championship really do strive for, and innovate ways to get as much learning into drivers as possible, not only for quality of racing, but for the future of motorsport as well. Michael Rawlings climbs his way out of the Britain chicane and towards Hilltop. We've got just over 5 minutes remaining, and we might see that 5-minute sprint just about ring true here. As I know we saw the treble 7 of Luke Mabbott and Ashley Parsons' Toyota Celica getting towed away. I should imagine Chris Stone's car is still going onto the flatbed. We might just get another lap of safety car here, which would then mean it's going to be a 2-lap dash to the line, so effectively a 1-lap dash to see the checkered flag.
It looks like 2 laps will be the maximum here if they can get this 283 Honda Civic of Chris Stone off the track at Shallow Hills Hairpin, because the leaders in the safety car are already making their way towards Lodge Corner, and if the lights haven't been turned out yet, which they haven't, it looks like we have another lap of safety car, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for the MSVT Trackday Trophy celebration race, but it's going to make this final lap of racing very interesting indeed as the order shuffles, because we've got lapped cars in and amongst it. You spotted Jude Worley, who's down the order but second in the safety car queue, so we've got lap traffic to try and pick through as well. But for the moment it's all eyes Jack Wright, who has taken over from father George Wright in that Team Air Supply Volkswagen Golf in the lead of the race. That car is very, very quick indeed. Declan Lee is giving the hurry up, I think, to Stuart Smith in that Honda Civic, wanting to push hard. Into the pit lane comes the number 4 Hills Motorsport car of Daniel Parran-Smith. So Nico Stott took that car out for the first sort of 20-odd minutes. Nico comes out of the garage and has a very quick look at the rear left-hand side of that car. That's where we've seen the majority of damage, and so too does Aidan Hills. He jumps out of the garage as well to have a little look to see exactly what's going on. But unfortunately, yeah, they do have a puncher on that rear left. I don't think that they're going to see the checkered flag.
Absolutely, yeah. Car 4, the MX-5, has come into the pits. John Lynn, that car got out, and it's not like it's going any further, I'm afraid. 3 minutes 40 left. The field make their way through the Shallow Hills Hairpin. It looks like the recovery operation is now being completed because the marshals have now moved out of the way. And I think, hopefully, we may get one, possibly, I think 2 laps of racing in when the safety car, I would assume, will pull off very shortly.
Yeah, the recovery unit sat in the centre of shot there in the escape road at the Britain chicane, so hopefully what we will do is peel onto the tail end of the safety car queue, which is the NJM Racing Mini Cooper-esque car number 50 of David Murfitt, and then bring the car of Chris Stone down to the escape road, which is just after Knickerbrook, onto the rallycross course. So hopefully that is what's going on, but still awaiting the arrival of that flatbed recovery unit. Or there may be another escape road that I've not noticed. So fingers crossed we will see the safety car queue start to close up. And brilliant work by Nico Stott. He lifts that car into the air. Daniel Parran-Smith still waiting patiently behind the wheel. The spare wheel goes on, and yeah, you can just see the tyres de-beaded away from the rim, so a very quick stop. Jamie Moore working hard on that car as well, helping Nico Stott to get that tyre changed, but the safety car queue is slow to a crawl, I think in an effort to buy the recovery unit as much time as possible to get clear of the circuit, and it's going to give us one final lap of racing.
Yeah, the pace of the safety car slowed so much, we're going to be down to a 1-lap sprint, which is not the best way to finish this Trackday Trophy celebration race, but it's only going to be entertaining when the safety car pulls off. Lights have gone off, so the safety car will be pulling off very soon indeed, and the field making their way through Lodge Corner into Deersley, and the safety car pulls off.
Yeah, so arriving over Deerley for the penultimate time is Jack Wright. He will lead the field through. Drivers have to wait to the safety car control line before they can overtake, so you might have some lapped cars in front of you, but you can't overtake them. So we can confirm the order. It's going to be Jack Wright from Ray Honeybone. Ray Honeybone just diving up the inside of the Echo Racing Mazda MX-5 Mark II. It's then Alex Miller sat there in 3rd place, one of our Miata Trophy drivers, up into 3rd place, the overall podium position.
As Wayne Cockerell takes on Declan Lee and overtakes him successfully going down Old Hall, so Cockerell up to 9th position, Declan Lee demoted to 10th as 21 overtakes 12 going into Cascades, so good race on there as the leaders now heading towards Island Bend, and here they come. George Wright has one car ahead of him, Ray Honeybone has one car ahead of him as they go through the Shell Oils hairpin.
So the Shell Oils, Ray Honeybone foot to the floor, works his way through and past Amy Allen. A dab on the brakes there just to try and monitor this race till the end. Whether he knows it or not, Alex Miller, the MX-5, predominantly black with the gold flashes and gold rollover hoop, sat behind him, is a battle for overall position. Ray will still pick up second in Class B. However, even if Alex works his way through and past, on the brakes in towards Hislops for the final time, it's going to be Ray Honeybone that manages to clear Amy Allen. Alex Miller has got Tommy Valentine for company. Amy Allen somewhat defending there from Alex Miller as they go up the hill. That compromises Alex Miller and allows Tommy Valentine to go through. He looks to the inside as they go over Clay Hill. Tommy Valentine, albeit has that one lap penalty, but towards the line in a few moments' time, we will see our race leader.
Yeah, Jack Wright will be appearing very shortly because he has got a significant lead here as he comes through Lodge up Deers Leap, and we have a winner. It's going to be Jack Wright in his Volkswagen Golf GTI. He wins, and it's a win for car 46. Jack Wright is the winner of our Trackday Trophy celebration race. Goes the way of Jack Wright. 18 laps in all. In second position, then we have Ray Honeybone in the Renault Clio, Apple Car Centre livery. And in third position was the MX-5 of Alex Miller, car number 7, ahead of Sarah Hobson in car 144, the Toyota Celica in the yellow and white livery. And then Matthew Alliat is in the Porsche 944, car 64 was 5th and was 3rd in the Class B category overall. Your Class D winner is Alex Miller in the Mazda MX-5, car 7. Your Class C winner was Sarah Hobson in car 144. Then we move to 7th overall, was Stuart Smith in the Honda Civic, car 25. Then we have Rawlings and Holyhead in car 34. Michael Rawlings, the long-time leader, finishes in 8th overall after the pit stops and the 2 safety cars. It didn't help Michael Rawlings out, and he finishes in 8th position in the BMW car 34. Declan Lee is in car 12. The green MX-5 that you've seen race 3 times today finishes 9th this time round. And then Wayne Cockerell in car 21 finishes in 3rd position in Class C and 10th overall. The pair of Adamses in car 3 are 11th overall. Steve Orant in the Mazda MX-5 was car 56 was 12th. And then Fleeton Comber, car 55 is 13th overall. Robin Yao was 14th in 8 car 87, his best finish today. And then came Steve Gilbert in car 77, 15th overall. Julian Powell was 16th overall in car 81. David Muffett at car 50 was 17th. And then the pair of Wright were 18th in car 58. Stott and Parron Smith was 19th in car 4, and rounding out the top 20 was Tommy Valentine in the Ford Fiesta ST that had a 1-lap penalty and was so was demoted to 20th position, having actually finished far further up the field. Your winner of the Trackday Trophy celebration race here at Oulton Park was Jack Wright in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. So the cars are making their way off the main track and towards Parc Fermé, more or less in the order that they finished in. Jack Wright was well ahead of the rest of the field by the time of the finish due to the way the safety car was situated when it was deployed. They are making their way off the track. All 27 cars of the 32 that started are returning to the paddock to conclude 7 exciting races on track today here at Oulton Park that have been quite eventful. And this race, of course, was open to all the cars and all the teams that competed in the 4 races earlier on today. And Jack will be on hand to do the podium presentations in the paddock very shortly. But from me, James Reynolds in the commentary box here at Oulton Park, it's been a pleasure to bring you commentary of all 5 races here at Oulton Park. And you've seen the rounds 9 and 10 of the Miata Trophy of Great Britain and round 4 of the MSV Trackday Trophy, round 4 of the MSV Trackday Championship, and this a special race, the MSV Trackday Trophy celebration race as well, to conclude this afternoon's racing action here at Oulton Park. Now all the cars have come off the racetrack and all into Parc Fermé, and from me and from here in the commentary box, have a very safe journey home. It's been a pleasure to be your commentator today here at Oulton Park.
Even one of the organisers just says that all of your cars are in the wrong place. Eyes on Jack.
The podiums, we are going to do 3rd place in all classes at once, 2nd place in all classes at once, and then the winners of all classes at once. So we get a really busy podium to celebrate the podium. We'll start off with 3rd, Martin and Rob Adams. Hey! Third place in Class B, car number 64 from Team Air Supply, Matthew Alec. Guys, second place for the now we've got to our second place. Second place. And now we'll move on to the second race. I've not noted down.
Does anyone know?
We'll go on to second place in Class C. Michael Rawlings, Jason Hollyhead.
Well, you're doing because it's super races. You're doing third in class TDC. Oh, okay. I'm putting them all on
Now we'll move on to second place in Class B. Jordan and Ray Honeybow. Now we will move on to our class winners. Class D. It's Alex Miller. And on to the top step of the podium, the winner in Class C, Sarah Hobson. And the winners in Class B, George and Jack Wright. Guys, after